Buenos días, buenos días. Good morning, everyone. La Escuela Nacional Preparatoria Plantel 5 José Vasconcelos de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México les da la más cordial bienvenida a este primer foro de estudiantes de inglés avanzado en esta fecha, viernes 19 de abril de 2024. Es un honor el dar inicio a esta serie de eventos en los cuales los estudiantes que cursan los programas de inglés avanzado en nuestra institución puedan compartir con nosotros trabajos académicos que fueron elaborados con el acompañamiento de profesores de distintos colegios, dando así un matiz interdisciplinario a los mismos. En esta ocasión, como ceremonia inaugural, tenemos en el presidium a la maestra Paola Garcés, secretaria académica de nuestro plantel, quien nos va a dirigir unas palabras y aparte va a dar inicio a inaugurar este evento. Maestra Paola, le cedo el uso de la palabra.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días a todas, a todes, a todos los que están aquí presentes en este primer foro de estudiantes de inglés avanzado. Me da mucho gusto que hayan aceptado el reto y la propuesta de participar en este primer foro. Sé que trabajar en una lengua extranjera es complicado, nos pide ser perseverantes y sobre todo nos hace poder pensar de maneras muy distintas la vida y el mundo. No solamente pensarlas, sino expresarlas, y por eso los felicito mucho. En nombre del maestro Jaime Cortés Vite, titular de la Escuela Nacional Preparatoria número 5, pues les doy la bienvenida y les ofrezco una disculpa porque el maestro no pudo asistir con nosotros, pero sabe que todo el esfuerzo de los estudiantes y del comité organizador va encaminado a nuestro mejor desarrollo integral y personal del bachillerato. Entonces, pues damos por inaugurada esta actividad, el primer foro de estudiantes de inglés avanzado, el día de hoy a las 11:12. Adelante, maestro, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, maestra. Welcome, everybody, to this first forum of English Advanced Students. As our opening activity, the opening event of this forum, we have the participation of Dr. Erika María García Huesca, who's going to present the topic English Certifications, a Smart Investment for the Future. This is a masterclass that Mistress García Huesca is going to share with us today. And I'm going to read Dr. Erika García Huesca biodata. She's an educational psychologist from the University of Mexico, the National Autonomous University of Mexico. She holds a master's in teaching and management of higher education institutions, and she has a doctorate in education by Centro de Estudios Superiores en Educación, Mexico City. She's currently a full-time teacher in the English department, and also she's a teacher in the specialized technical studies program related to English language teaching at Campus 6 Antonio Caso from our school. She holds a certificate for teaching English as a second language issued by TESL Ontario, Canada, where she worked a long 10 years in the School Board of Toronto. Also, she has a certification as a teacher of English from the British Council. She's an experienced examinator of the Cambridge International Exams, mainly in the speaking part. She has been a speaker and she has given workshops in different conferences and language teachers events along his so enriching professional professional background. Well, let's give a big hug and a warm welcome to Dr. Erika María García Huesca, who's going to be with us today, sharing this topic with us. Welcome, Mistress Erika García Huesca.
Thank you very much, Professor Luis Gustavo. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not showing my image. Something is going on with my camera, and I am very sorry about this. But I'll be here with you, and I'd like to say that it's, for me, a great joy to be here with you today to talk about an extremely important matter, which is English certifications. That is why I titled my talk today, A Smart Investment for the Future, English Certifications. Thank you. Okay, can we move on to the next one? Thank you. Right. So what are English language certifications? Well, they are credentials obtained through exams that validate someone's abilities, such as listening, reading, writing, speaking, and some systems such as functions, lexis, and grammar. There are different types of certifications depending on the abilities they demonstrate, their duration of validity, and where they are accepted. So we will see later which are some of these, and it is depending on our needs, the type of certification that we will try to pursue. There is not one that is better than the other one. They assess different things. And also, if we are planning to study abroad, it is important to check with the universities which ones are accepted for them. Thank you. So, before we go in detail into the characteristics of different certifications, let's explore what is the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. You know that different students have different levels of language ability, but opinions about your English level can be subjective. Perhaps your friends may think your English is very good, but if you go to a prospective employer, they may tell you that your English is not good enough for that position. So, for example, you may be better in reading than in speaking. That's why we need a clear, objective way to describe language skills that everyone can agree on. And that is what the Common European Framework of Reference of Languages provides. Thank you, Benitez. So the Common European Framework breaks down language learning into 6 levels, ranging from A1 to C2. A1 describes a very basic level, and as a learner, you could move up levels until you reach proficiency, which is C2. This is a really advanced level. So by describing what you can do in reading, writing, listening, and speaking, the CEFR will tell you where you are on the journey from beginner, A1, through proficiency, C2. There are many English exams available for different ages and stages of learning, all matched with the CEFR levels, from young learners through to university and the workplace, or simply for traveling. The CEFR was developed by the Council of Europe with extensive support of the University of Cambridge ESOL examinations. So people from all over the world use the CEFR to explain what level of English they are at and what level of English they need. It is used by learners, teachers, universities, governments, and employers. So all in all, understanding your language level will help you achieve your goal whether it's going on holiday abroad or studying at a school or university, or even getting a job. That's why the CEFR levels are useful for everyone. There are some can-do statements which describe what you are able to do in the 4 skills throughout all these levels. So anywhere in the world, they will be able to know what you can do at these 6 different levels. Thank you. The next one. So why taking an English certification is important? Well, the first one here shows that it increases your employability prospects. Instead of simply stating that you have skills in a language on your resume, you can demonstrate your specific level of proficiency with an official language credential, instantly standing out to potential employers. Another important fact is that it boosts your confidence. It's like having a trophy. You know, many students in Mexico and in different countries, they are very motivated and happy to receive an international recognized certificate from a department of the University of Cambridge or other universities, different from the one they are studying at. So that is really motivating, and teachers, when we socialize, we all agree on this. So even as a teacher, we're happy that our students receive these credentials from other universities. Once you are in the workplace, if you are offered a position which implies moving to another province, it will facilitate your relocation without having to take extra exams when you are in your new workplace. It also enhances education opportunities, being that chances are in the admission process of the university or college that you're planning to attend, they will ask you to show proof of your command of the language. And it is definitely an investment in yourself, and it is for lifetime. Thank you. The next one. So we were talking about the importance of increasing your employability prospects. Okay, when you are creating an online professional profile, such as LinkedIn, having these English certifications on your resume will make your name come up in searches where employers write the word English. So what is what we want? We want our foot on the door for that important job interview. We want our resume to be shortlisted from hundreds or thousands. And this is the way to do it. Another aspect is that it is a time saver. Why? Because you will be recognized as a qualified English speaker by companies and schools around the world without having to take separate tests, internships, or work promotion test. So especially when the clock is ticking and you need to submit your credentials, it is great to have this ahead of time, and it is a real time saver. Now, in the next part, I'm going to talk about various certifications which are in the market these days. So let's start with the TOEFL certification. So this one, it is about proving that you are ready for English language and the demands of English at a university level. Now the most common is the TOEFL IBT, internet-based test. And it is very important to make sure we understand how it is structured. For any of the certifications, if we know that, that gives us a plus, because you know exactly how much time you can devote to each of the sections and what can you expect to do in each of them, and that will give you a heads up. The test of English as a foreign language assesses your proficiency in an academic context. It contains 4 requirements: writing, oral interpretation, fluency and diction, reading and text interpretation. These days, the speaking component is through a microphone on the screen, and you don't have a person in front of you for your speaking component. So you just read the question and you speak on a microphone, and that's the way this component will be evaluated later. Then we have another test, which is very popular, and it's called the IELTS test. This is an international language testing system, which assesses a person's ability to perform effectively in academic and professional environments, as well as social. So this one has 2 versions, the one for the job market and for academic purposes. Many people also use it to apply for permanent visa in Canada. This one is valid for 2 years, and the speaking component is the same as in the TOEFL. Now you talk to a computer through a microphone, and they will assess your level in the speaking skill. On our third box here, we have the Cambridge tests. So Cambridge exams are in-depth exams. These exams test English for education or for business, and they are considered one of the most prestigious ones. Cambridge exams are designed by Cambridge University, and they are for everyone, from children to adults, students to professionals. People take them in many countries in the world. And here I listed some, which is the CET and the PET for young learners. We have the FCE, CAE, CPE, which is the proficiency one, and the TKT. These qualifications for schools, general and higher education and business are valid for life. So you don't have to retake the test. Once you take it, even if you are 16 and later you have to show it when you are 40, that will be a valid credential for schools and employers. So in Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, we offer courses for students who are interested in getting training to take the FCE test, the CAE and the CAE test. That is the 4th and 5th level of the 6 that the Common European Framework offers. We also have Estudio Técnico en Enseñanza de Inglés, which is the training for the TKT. So students who have the time to spend 2 or 3 more hours apart from their curricular subjects each day, they take this training for the TKT examination. And in the end, they will have this important credential to be able to teach in different settings. Sorry.
Sorry, there was a microphone on, but I've already closed it. Don't worry.
Okay, sorry, I thought there was a question.
No
Okay,
problem.
sure. So the next one talks about the TOEIC, the test of English for international communication. This one is a written test. It can be taken in paper or digitally. And also it measures the ability to communicate in English in international work environments. It's valid for 2 years, and it is more it's more popular in Asian countries. Some students, for some reason, still prefer to take the paper, the exam in paper. So that's why sometimes they opt in taking this one, because it can be offered in paper or digitally. Thank you. All right. Other certifications that have to do with business English are the BULATs, which are Business Language Testing Service. It's from Cambridge, which assesses the test taker's English proficiency for a business setting. This one is valid for 2 years. And there is another one that it's also offered by Cambridge, which is the BEC, B-E-C, standing for Business English Certificates. It validates the English proficiency for international business, and this one is valid for life. So people who are planning to work abroad, these may be the ones their employers may ask for. Then we have the Pearson English test, which is another option for students who want to study abroad, and it is valid for 2 years. This is also taken in a computer, and you can take it in a testing center or at home, as long as you fulfilled the requirements to enroll in the test. Another set of certifications which are now offered, not a long time ago, they are kind of new. They are the Oxford Test of English. So these tests are offered 100% online. You get same-day results, and as we speak, they only measure the levels A2, B1, and B2. They are working in also measuring C1, and they are valid for life. The beauty of this test is that if you don't get the score that you need for one of the components, let's say listening, you can only retake that listening section. You don't have to retake the full test. So I think that's a plus in that sense. Then another one which is becoming very popular is the Duolingo. It is convenient and affordable. It's a test which you take online. You don't need to go to a test center, and the results are ready in 2 days. They offer a tutorial for you to do before taking the actual test, so you can be at ease in terms of all the instructions that they will give you for each of the components. Then we have the Michigan English test, which is called MET. This is for academic or professional purposes, and you can take it in test centers or at home, and the official results are ready in 5 days. The range they assess are from A2 all the way to C1. So this is also a credential that many universities ask for and accept. The last set of certifications that I brought for you today here, the information about TKT. So TKT stands for Teacher Knowledge Test, and here we have 5 modules. The first ones are called core modules, and they test your ability to write lesson plans, to manage a class. When I talk about class management, it goes to many topics like the classroom discipline, the layout of the chairs according to the activity that you want to display, and also the background of learning and teaching a language. These 3 modules are taken paper-based. They last for 80 minutes, and there are 80 questions for each one. You can take each module individually. You don't have to take them the same day, and they are self-standing modules. The last 2 modules are called YL, Young Learners, for students who are interested in teaching at kindergarten and primary level. And the last one is called CLIL module. CLIL stands for Content and Language Integrated Learning, and this evolving approach means that you're going to be teaching subjects through English. So let's say that you will teach science in English, geography, psychology, and other subjects in English. So bilingual schools like the Edron School or other schools which offer half day of subjects taught in English and half day of subjects taught in Spanish, they have this CLIL approach. So as I said previously, depending on your needs and what your goal is the decision you will take in terms of which is the best certification for you. Okay, the next one, please. All right, so to conclude, I'd like to quote Juan Pardinas, who says, the acquisition or lack thereof of English language has an influence on a person's academic and professional life. So I think this is a very powerful statement that we can reflect upon, and we are going to see some final conclusions that support his statement. The next one, please. Thank you. So why certificate your English? Well, English is the lingua franca, is the most common language used for business, international relations, commercial exchanges, and academic settings. So anywhere in the world that you go, this will be the language in which you can communicate with thousands of people from all over the world. Okay, the next one, please. Here we have some data with numbers. It is the official language in more than 75 countries and over 2 billion native speakers. As a second language, it is spoken by 750 million people. Okay, the next one, please. Thank you. So English is also most frequently used on internet and academic settings, as I said. So the original book of the subject that you're interested in reading, it will be most likely published in English. So you will have this original book at your hand being the first source, right? Sometimes we have translations in different languages, but it's great if you are able to read in the language that it was really published. As well, the budget for research, it is much bigger in first world countries. So there is a vast number of books compared to maybe books published in other languages for this budget situation. So you are ahead of the game if you can read all these academic papers in English. Therefore, it is necessary to think about English as a tool for communicating and promoting knowledge. So it's not only you understanding what you read, but socializing what you were able to learn. Thank you. The next one. So having an English certification, it's very important as being a passport to your success, enhancing your resume, increasing professional opportunities, applying for residency, for example, for work and holiday visa in certain countries, and to study in universities abroad. For skilled jobs like doctor, nurse, or other professions, you need a certification, first of English, and then of your field of study to practice your profession in an English-speaking country. Also, there is research which shows that the jobs which require people to be bilingual, they pay higher salaries than the ones who don't. Okay, the next one, please. And well, having a certification in English puts you a step closer to earning that university diploma that you want. So at any graduate program, for bachelor degrees or, sorry, undergraduate programs or graduate programs for master's or PhD, you will be asked to show a proof of your command of the language. So having this certification, again, is a time saver and puts you ahead. Thank you. Next one. Now, multilingualism is a superpower. Multilingual people are known to be better multitaskers and problem solvers, qualities you want to make known while you are job hunting, or if you are planning to study a graduate program. So it's important to harness, in other words, to take advantage of your language superpowers with the most recognized and accepted language credentials in the world. So instead of asking ourselves why it's important to take an English certification, I would like to end with a question which would be, why not? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia Huesca, for having enriched this this event with your so accurate and of course important talk related to why we should have an international certification test, diploma or certificate just to validate the level of English we hold. That's so we're so glad to and thankful for having you here today. And well, one of the in order to wait for some questions from our audience, I would love to have a question for you, that in your experience as a language trainer for your wide experience in being that, what is the component of the exams, talking about international tests, which one is the component that students have the most difficulties in achieving, I mean, in developing in terms of exams like this?
Thank you, Professor Luis González. I believe there are two aspects in which students maybe will benefit in having more hours of instruction. One is at the speaking component, especially for Cambridge tests. There is a long turn where students have to talk for about 3 minutes and then include their partner into the conversation. So 3 minutes may sound like a short time, but when you are being in the spotlight and you have to be aware that you're using certain grammar structures, transition words, that your intonation is okay, that you're answering the question that was asked, that is like many things at stake. So I think that is something that students find a bit hard, like maybe after 2.5 minutes, they struggle with more things to say. But practice makes perfect, and it is just a matter of having a little bit more exposure for that specific task, and they do very well. They excel, and the results speak for themselves. We have been offering these certification courses for more than 10 years, and the results are great. Many students get the certification, and this gets them further. We have very nice anecdotes of students who have gone for movilidad estudiantil to another country, and they put into practice all the things learned, and they come really happy. Sometimes not all the spots for English-speaking countries for movilidad estudiantil are filled because not many students have this command of the language, but I think it's important to promote this. And another one that it's a very, I guess, yes, a skill that needs to be practiced a little more. In the grammar section, there is one called transformation sentences. So, or sentence transformation. And you need to include 5 words to make sure you say exactly the same idea, but with other wording. That I find challenging for the students as well.
Okay, I don't know if anybody from the audience here in Zoom or in YouTube would like to have a question. Well, if you, for those who are connected by YouTube, I would love to ask you to write your questions in capital letters so we can read them to our speaker today. And for those who are here connected in Zoom, I don't know if any of the audience here in Zoom would like to ask a question to our speaker today. Just raise up your hand and that will be so great. Well, probably we're waiting for, it says, oh, yes, it says Aguilar Ruiz Blanca Georgina in YouTube. I think she's a teacher from Campus 7. And she's asking if you could share the list of the exams at the various institutions you showed. Yeah, I will go back to that if, yes, so we can show the exams. So I don't know if you could, dear speaker of today, Dr. Garcia Huesca, just to explain briefly what these certifications are and what they are for and the institutions they are issued by, please. Oh.
Yes, thank you. So thank you. The list is there. So we mentioned TOEFL, IELTS, the various suits for the Cambridge, and TOEIC in this slide. Then we talked about the business ones, which were Bullets and Beck, as well as the Pearson certification, referred to as PTE. Duolingo and Oxford, and the Michigan tests.
So we can say that there are some tests that are for general English. Some of them are oriented towards the world of business. Some others are more academic. And some of them, as you mentioned, they're useful for immigration processes, right?
That's correct. That's correct. Canada asks for the IELTS. Even if you go to the Canadian embassy, they have signs which promote this test because it's one of the requirements. Correct.
And I've heard that also Australia and New Zealand now are asking for an international certification test paper. So immigrants, even if they're going to study or stay for some months or for good, they are required by these governments to show the proof of command of the language. I have heard that.
That's correct. Australia as well, as you mentioned. For permanent residence or holiday, there is some students who go on holiday, they may have a work permit. Students from Japan, for instance. So they ask for those certifications as well.
Okay. So if our students are thinking about being part of those international mobility of students, they need to consider that the requirement related to the command of the language is a must for them to take into account before they apply for the corresponding process, don't they?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
So all these advantages, why wouldn't we want to have a certification, right? And as I said, believe me, it is a time saver to have this for whichever purpose, for work purposes, for relocating, or for your graduate studies abroad.
Exactly. Okay. Well, and Teacher Mary Kristen says, congratulations, Dr. Garcia Huesca. Very useful information. Yeah, I think that's something we must have at hand every time our students ask us anything related to international certifications. As you said, it is not to get one, it is to ask ourselves why not having one, no? And nowadays with lots of requirements from different job offers in which our students our alumni, they have to get a certification to show the level of language they have in terms of English and in terms of other languages, because there are other certifications for other languages that may be required from them if they want to work in a specific field of study, or if they want to study in a country where that language is spoken. Okay, I don't know if we have any other question. Well, let's open this to the other part of the audience. And I think that would be our closing of this talk. Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia Huesca, for having enriched our event today with this opening talk related to the importance of holding an international certification. And if those who are listening to us and don't have one, start preparing yourselves to get one. I mean, prepare your pathway to get one, even online, or whether online or in person. Well, international certifications are one of the most useful things that an alumni should have for their professional and academic future. Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia Huesca, for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me here. It was a pleasure. Nice
It's a pleasure
talking
for
to
us.
you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And well, your statement of participation will be sent to you by email in the coming days. And well, let's have a break of 10 minutes before we continue with our talk today, with our event. We will have our first panel of presentations. Our moderator for that would be Professor, let me see. Oh, no, it's already Professor Analaima Cecilia Salinas Pineda. We're going to have the following presentations in our panel one. The first one is City Clouds for a Morning with More Rain by Ian Fabian Galicia Gomez and Josue Reyes Ortiz from Antonio Caso campus. The second one is In the Axolotl Family, No One Gets Left Behind, presented by Azul Pasindo Becerra and Emiliano Benitez Morales from José Vasconcelos campus. And the final one is going to be the use of nuclear energy in modern society. Is it conceivable? To be presented by Bruno Rodea Reyes from Vidal Castañeda Nájera campus. So in 10 minutes at 12 p.m., we continue with our event. Thank you very much. And well, see you in 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes. It's a 10 minutes break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, so it is now time for us to continue with our program. And well, welcome everybody right now, everybody watching on YouTube and also all the participants over here in Zoom. We're very happy to have you here, the whole committee and everybody who is going to be taking part, all right? So I wanna welcome everybody to the first panel. This first panel is going to be extremely interesting. You will see in a second. The presentations are a little bit varied. We're going to be listening about climate, about endangered animals, and about energy sources. So I'm sure that everybody will find something to be interested in. And also, as you know, the students have worked a lot in the presentations. So I am sure that they will be presenting like in an amazing way. So we're going to start with the first presentation, which is going to be carried out by students from the Antonio Caso campus. They are Ian Fabian Galicia Gomez and Josue Ivan Reyes Ortiz, and their talk is called Sitting Clouds for a Morning with More Rain. So kids, do you feel ready?
Yes.
Yes, excellent.
Ivan Reyes is the one who is the co-host now, so he can share his screen.
Okay, Ivan, can you share your screen? Or do you want me to do it?
I don't. What? My partner is the one who have the presentation.
Okay, so it's Ivan or it's no, it's
Ian,
Ian, right?
Ian.
Okay,
Ian.
Ian. Okay, so let me make Ian Fabian, right? But Ian Fabian is here, but he's not here, is he?
Yes, Galicia Gomez.
Yes.
Oh, Galicia Gomez. Oh, sorry, my mistake. So let me make him co-host, Galicia Gomez, and he can share with us. Sorry for that. Okay, Galicia Gomez, it's done.
Okay, boys. So
start right. Start.
Yes, whenever you're ready, we are ready for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about a very interesting potential solution to the scarcity of water in the world. My name is Ian, and my partner is Ivan, and here is Sitting Clouds for a Morning with More Rain. Sitting clouds? What is that? You are probably wondering this. Well, the concept or technique is not literally putting seed inside clouds, but it is empowering clouds with chemicals so that they precipitate more water. In other words, we do not put seed in the clouds, but we do enhance them with methods that we explore below. Seeding clouds is an interesting strategy used to solve the problem of drought in the world. These are the contents that we explore throughout this space. The first 2 points serve as an introduction to contextualize the importance of water and the problem we have due to its scarcity. Point 3 gives you a better vision of what cloud seeding is. The 4th point, we relate the issue to the Sustainable Development Goals. And from there, my college will explain in a more technical way the different methods in which the cloud seeding is carried out. Let's start by remembering what is the water cycle, is as well as important for life. Water. Water is the most common molecule in all living things on Earth. The mass or the most organized contains between 70 and 90% of water. Its properties as a solvent enable the various chemical reaction of organic compounds, crucial for all vital functions, the transport of the molecules across membranes, and the solution of excretion products. It is a compound necessary for a photosynthesis, and due to its atmospheric nature, it is also the axis of enzymatic functions. In this image, we can see several of the functions that water has in our body. For example, brain consists of 90% water, transport nutrients and oxygen into the cells, Most coast contains of 72% of water, etc. But how does water get to use from the oceans in a way we can harness? The water cycle is a natural mechanism by which liquid salt from the ocean is converted into useful rainfall for humans. This process begins when ocean waters evaporate due to the action of heat transmitted by the sun, forming water vapor. This vapor rises and condenses from the clouds at different altitudes. Clouds are made up of mass of many microdroplets and crystals that, when they acquire sufficient mass, precipitate by the action of gravity, thus forming rain. Rain eventually forms rivers, lakes, or infiltrates the subsoil and thus becomes useful by losing large part of the saline minerals in the process. However, in order for a cloud to form and precipitate, there must be an air particle called condensed nuclear or ice former nuclei. It is in this image. These condensed particles will disturb the superface state, causing the ambient moisture to clump together into crystals. The size of a condensed nuclear ranges from a few nanometers to 10 micrometers, and can be sea salts, pollen, diesel particles from human machinery, volcan ash, bacteria, dust, or fungal spores. In the image on the left, we can see graphically how the process of the water cycle is, and on the right, a small diagram of how the condensed nuclei are in the air. Clouds. On this slide, we can take a closer look at how cloud is formed. To understand this diagram, it is necessary to first know what the superfluous state of water is in this image. Some liquids or compounds can remain liquid even when they are well below their melting point under certain specific conditions. Normally, the water in a cloud is in liquid from -12 to -35 Celsius degrees. And as well we know, the melting point of water is 0 degrees. Due to the altitude of the cloud, which changes the atmospheric pressure, and the fact that the water molecules are very far apart from each other, it is not possible for water to go from a liquid to a solid state, even if its temperature is well below 0 degrees. For this reason, condensed nuclei are necessary to disturb the water molecules, make them clump together, and solidify them. The altitude at which a cloud is located plays a very important factor in the condition in which the water is found. This can be classified by altitude to low clouds, middle clouds, high clouds. Here he can see cumulonimbus, stratocumulus, stratus, cirrostratus, and other clouds, and other types of clouds. Well, so far we have explored the importance of water, how the water cycle works, and how clouds form. To continue, we will look at data that confirms that we have problem with water scarcity. In this map, we can see that indeed, Mexico has a serious problem with water distribution and drought. The more intense the red color, the greater degree of drought, with the most affected states being those in the north and center of the country. This is very worrisome, since they are important centers of Mexican industry capacity, and also most of the population is located in these areas. As you can see, this map is updated as on January 31 from CONAGUA. Such is the scarcity of water in the world that in December 2020, it had been listed on the Wall Street Stock Exchange. Faced with the drought problems, the government of Mexico, with the National Commission of Arid Zone, the CONAZA, and the support of the American Air Force, began the rainfall stimulation program to mitigate drought in 2021, in which, according to the Secretary of Agriculture, it has yielded positive results in regions of Chihuahua, Sinaloa, Sonora, and all the states in the north, with a total of 87 flights, an excess of rainfall of 45% was achieved. An excellent question to ask here is, How much public resources does its project use? Unfortunately, we could not find this information, but we know that CONASA diverse parts of the resources assigned to it by the Congress of the Union of project, and they rely on the Army or the National Guard. The interesting thing about this program is that they use the technique of cloud seeding. It's time to dive right into the main topic, cloud seeding. What is cloud seeding? Cloud seeding, or cloud bombardment, cloud fertilization, or cloud stimulation is a climate manipulation technique studied by geoengineering that aims to increase rainfall, suppress or decrease the amount and size of hail, or displace fog through the fumigation of cloud with silver iodide. This image I introduced here easily describes the process of the original cloud seeding science in 1940. But why use silver iodide? Actually, it can be any compound that meets the characteristics of a condensation nuclei. However, silver iodide gas was chosen because of its crystalline configuration, similar of the ice, that increased the possibility of crystals forming at a temperature of -5°C, and thus stimulate precipitation with less compound. It is also chosen because, unlike other compounds, this one does not have an impact of human health or ecosystems. Here a timeline of the cloud seeding technique in Johann Antonius Berard in 1930, using solid carbon dioxide or dry ice, we create the process of the ice nucleation, but could not explain the physical underpinnings of his experiments. Then in 1946, Lamune and Schaefer carry out this first cloud seeding by Q-survey using dry ice dispersed by an airplane. In 1950, Bernard von Hout discovered that silver iodide or lead iodide 2 are efficiently ice core formers, and also investigate techniques to release silver iodide in the form of smoke. It will not be until 1960 that this technique was used by the United States government during the project Storm Fury, which aimed to reduce the fury of hurricanes. Two important details to keep in mind about this technique are, firstly, the stimulation of rainfall throughout cloud seeding aims to enhance a natural process that already exists in the area. Those clouds cannot form where they exist. And second, at the international level, positive results are reported in the increase of precipitation using this technique. However, there is no scientific consensus of the efficacy because there is a few evidence that is influences at the amount of rain that falls on the ground. Saying there is uncertainty caused naturally by the fact that rainfall is a meteorological event with probabilistic characteristics. I leave here a small video in case of any of our viewers would like to know a little more about how cloud seeding is and how it is done. Sustainable development goals and the relationship to cloud seeding. For the purpose of this presentation, I have a place here what goals 6 and 13 are about, which are breakdown of each. Eventually, cloud seeding seeks to increase a country's water reserves and help to reduce the consequence of climate change. So it is functionally useful for meeting these goals, the goal 60, the goal 6 and the goal 13. To continue, my colleague Ivan will explain these methods that are used to carry out cloud seeding. Thank you.
Okay, to start off, seeding of clouds may sound difficult, but it's probably a process easier than you think. Don't misunderstand me. It's not easy, but it's more technique than complex. But to make it simpler, we can split these methods in 3 categories. First, the terrestrial method. These are those that act from the ground. And here we found the carbon burner. The carbon burner is a particular artifact 60 to 70 centimeters high with an internal tube surrounded by a cylinder. The cylinder increases its temperature to 900 degrees Celsius until the sublimation of the iodide impregnated in activated carbon in a 2% solution is achieved. Each burner can cover an average surface of 15 square kilometers. Also, it will depend on the atmospheric situation. Next, here we have the iodide generator. This is another particular artifact whose operation is the same as the carbon burner. The difference is that the solution is of 46 layers of acetone, 2 layers of solvent, and 2 layers of silver iodide. Later, air will be supplied with a 26 capacity pump, as the picture shows. Mix will pass to the burner and start sublimation, covering a surface area of 15 square kilometers. The generator is more effective than the burner because the solution it has uses a higher concentration of silver iodide, and it manifests a faster sublimation. And the third theoretical method is the use of artillery or rockets. It's the use of artillery or rockets that will transport the silver iodide to the target cloud. An advantage will be that it's faster, but also is also expensive and do not spread the material efficiently. The second category will be the aerial method, the ones that act from the sky. And here we found the spread of clouds using surf. This is the most efficient method, because using airplanes, the silver iodide is directly spread, letting fall flares in the target cloud. Unfortunately, it's more expensive than terrestrial method. The past methods don't try to make new clouds. The aim is to enrich the storm cloud masses by taking advantage of various natural effects and conditions. Finally, and in contrast to the previous methods, now we have the methods of making clouds out of nothing, like technology ELAP. This method aims to modify the condition of the atmosphere to produce rainfall with insertion of positive ions that at certain height gain water molecules and become the nuclei of formed clouds. Developed by a Soviet scientist, Dr. Lev Pokemelenkip, and tested in Mexico, the program was closed due to the lack of financing despite positive evidence. Next, we have the system IVE, the climate modification system by low energy radiation, or IVE system, is an atmospheric conditioning technology that is similar to the ELAP technology. It creates in the fact that it creates its own clouds out of nothing, and at any time of the year, and in regions of low rainfall, based on the catalytic disintegrative process of chemical organic compounds, thanks to the sun rays emitting radiation that is projected towards the upper layers of the atmosphere, have the ability to influence temperature, relative humidity, and wind, these being essential elements in cloud formation. The original design was created by José in 1925 and perfected by Héctor Pescador Estrada and Rafael Ugalde Pérez. Finally, and as a conclusion, trying to cover the general idea of the presentation, the spread of clouds is a very special process, not only for its technique, also for its benefits and purpose, and leaving aside the fact that there's still no exactly method to know the real influence of the process. In the decrease of rains, we need to ask if can we really make an impactful difference? Because the truth is, all methods of seeding clouds are temporary, and none of them is really gonna change the conditions of the condition under which certain territorial zones exist there before. Rather than seeing this as a solution, we must see these methods as a way to stabilize the drought situation, while continuing for search for a definitive solution to the global problem. Thank you.
And
Okay, boys.
And that's all
That was
for us. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Thank you very much, boys. I think your presentation was extremely interesting. As you mentioned, I think many people are not aware of this technology existing at all. And as you also mentioned, it's something that can help us deal with the droughts all over the world, right? So I don't know if there are any questions either here on Zoom or on YouTube from the people who are watching, from our viewers. No questions over here, I think. No questions here. Well, I do have a question for you, boys. Just something easy. Luis, you have a question?
Yeah, but you go first. You go first, no problem.
Okay, mine is very simple. I am sure, boys, that you are aware of the problems that are going on right now in Dubai because of the rain. And a lot of people think that it's because they have used the cloud seeding technology. So I don't know if you have any comments about that. Like, do you think these rains are because of the technology, or is it not related?
It's not at all related. It's more for natural process in the area from the phenomenon of the El Niño that affects all the region in the Sahara, and not more related with the cloud seeding technicals. Not at
Okay,
all.
excellent. Very good. Ivan, do you want to add something, or is that okay? He's like, no, that's okay. All right. And Luis, what about you? Do you have a question for them?
Yeah, I think I'll give my place to Mary Kristen, because she asks, where and when in Mexico have they used this cloud seeding technique? Do you know, guys, when and where this has been used in our country?
This technique in Mexico starts in 2021 with the program that I exposed in the states of Chihuahua, Sonora, Sinaloa, or the states in the north in Mexico. And recently in 2023, it starts here in the Mexico City, the center of Mexico.
Okay, and there's another question by Erika María García Huesca. Nalaima, would you like to read it? By Dr. García Huesca is the chat box, please. Yeah.
Yes, of course. So the last question, boys, is which countries have started to use this technique? We already mentioned Mexico, of course, and well, the Emirates as well. So I don't know if you have any more information about that, other countries.
The first country that started with this technical is the United States with the project Storm Fury that reduced the force, the strength for the hurricanes, reduces the force in 1960.
Okay, excellent. So I can see that you guys are very interested in this topic because you know your facts a lot. Very well done, kids. So it was excellent. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to watch you and listen to you. It was very, very interesting. And now we are going to continue with the following talk, which is by students from the José Vasconcelos campus. The talk is called In the Axolotl Family, No One Gets Left Behind. I know that this is a topic that a lot of you will find very interesting because I know that many people are so in love with these little animals. So the talk will be carried on by Azul Pasindo Becerra and Emiliano Benitez Morales. So Azul and Emiliano, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yes, excellent. Who is going to be presenting, kids?
Me.
Emiliano, okay.
Yeah.
So Azul is going to share the presentation with us.
Emiliano, Luis.
Oh, Emiliano. All right, good. Okay. Okay, Emiliano Benitez. Okay, it's going to be a co-host.
Yeah.
Done. Go ahead. Our pleasure.
Perfect. So whenever you're ready, kids, we are ready for you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Did you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry. Wait.
It's okay, don't worry.
Okay. Okay, now. Ready, yeah. Azul.
Okay, so hello everyone. My partner and I am going to talk about the axolotls and how to save them. First of all, have you ever dreamed what our life would be like if we could be young people for longer? Think, instead of feeling like adults in our 40 or 50, we will be able to look and feel the same as we do now until we are 70 or 80 years old. That would help us live much longer for traveling to all parts of the world or even to some areas from near Earth to space. Although it may seem like fantasy, I can assure you that in Mexico there are already many investigations with international scientists who have set themselves this goal because they detect an animal that has these special properties very well developed. This is the Mexican axolotl, which is a kind of salamander, which is a champion in regenerative properties, not only of their limbs, but also of organs such as the heart, the liver, the lungs, and wonderfully also the brain.
Okay, so now, following what my partner Azul said, this will allow you to maintain your youthful characteristics throughout your life, you know? So if we were to transfer it to human beings, we will expect to remain young. Imagine, so in this way, we'll delay for many years the main causes of natural death. But not only that, all those stages will live to the fullest, like learning new languages, learning new things, doing extra activities we haven't done in our life. So in this way, we will be eased from young age, you know? Now, Mexico, we're trying to identify the molecules that help recognition with the aim of exploiting this regenerative capacity to humans. What was said, Josue, the researcher of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the UNAM. Now, as a result of this research, doctors believe it is possible to increase the knowledge of regenerative medicine and make humans being a more neurogenic organism, which is the name given to this property of stay young. And as if that weren't enough, you know, scientists learn to reproduce limbs like the dots. That virtue enough will make it possible for anyone to regain an arm, or leg, or an extremity that they have lost.
Okay, but there is a challenge because unfortunately there are not only good news in this adventure. This nice guy, a little animal that is always seems to smile at us, is in serious danger of extinction. It's a species that only inhabits high-altitude lakes areas near the city of Mexico. They are small amphibians. Their legs reach a maximum length of 30 centimeters long. They spend the most time in the water, and in their natural habitat resource has been limited to only a few island canyons near Lake Xochimilco, where no more than 2,000 of specimens survive. This very small population is followed by a barrage of threats: water pollution, predation by invasive fish such as carp and tilapia, and most importantly, the constant loss of his habitat. A study carried out in 1988 by the Metropolitan Autonomous University, he estimated that there were 6,000 axolotls per square kilometers. 16 years later, the Institute National Biology University of the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM, carried out a new analysis and detected that there were only 35 amphibians per square kilometer. It is a worrisome figure, said Horacio Mena González, a prestigious researcher at these international recognitions. But do you realize the severity of the problem? There are less than 10% of the axolotls that they lived there 26 years ago. This wonderful natural treasure is about to disappear from the face of the earth, taking away forever all its secrets and wonderful founds, and is still to be discovered.
Now, if we don't help these amphibians to reproduce a maintained habitat, nowhere in the world we can meet an axolotl, and not even its 17 different species living naturally within 5 years. So, and those valuable secrets for recognition, in medicine will remain understood, so no one could ever research that unique thing of the axolotls. So we will delay or lose the opportunity to obtain those key biological processes. So therefore, the extinction will deprive universal science of a valuable resource for future generations, medical, biological, and many other fields. And because we don't know what other solutions to humans' problems are hidden within nature. Other undesirable consequences that its extinction will bring us will be a loss of evolve for biodiversity. You know that Mexico right now is the fourth place in biodiversity, but if we continue like not reproducing this axolotl, we will lose it. And in the future, we will be the fifth and the sixth one. So it will be catastrophic, you know? Now, axolotls play an important role as predators and prey in their aquatic habitats. They keep the population of insects, that many of them spread diseases that can affect health of humans and other animals, or crops of chinampas, where axolotls are living right now in Xochimilco. And the chinampas are the main economic activity there in Xochimilco, sorry. Now, and with its disappearance, many species, other species that live in Xochimilco and that they feed on it, they will be lost or removed from the place. So there will be an imbalance that could change the aquatic ecosystem, sorry, of the region where they still live and are part of tourist attractions. Visitors that come from United States, Europe, or even Asia don't miss the hope to see some still swimming under the trainers or with this sail. But almost always, they have to pay to move to one of the few axolotls to have the opportunity to meet them, even if it's just by a swimming in a fish tank. Now, it's not an exaggeration to say that with this top rate of insect swimming in those currents, the entire food chain of the day will collapse. Now, how can we help? Because these animals and their habitat are in danger of extinction, the Ecological Restoration Laboratory of the Institute of Biology, so the IB of the UNAM, launched the campaign Adopt an Axolotl, which seeks to preserve these species through people donations. Now, do you agree that axolotls are very cute and cutie? Because people say they are so nice. Here in Mexico have become one of the favorites of many. So currently, the following are manufactured: toys, stuffed animals, and or souvenirs such as keychains. With his image are adorned walls, blankets, and even our beads, which are so beautiful that they have won international prizes. But the most valuable place where we want to see them and where they want to be is in their natural habitat, which is Xochimilco, the Council of Xochimilco. Have you imagined being able to adopt an axolotl? Well, I have another piece of good news for you. Anyone, anywhere in the world can do it.
And this is in what our project consists. My partner Amy and I, who are part of the UNAM University community, are inviting people from any country to join us in adopting all the axolotls, as many as possible. We want to form a group of enthusiastic collaborators to the rescue of this World Heritage Site. In doing so, we not only give back to nature what we believe and we have been stripping. Our university will also give us recognitions that we will share among all the members. At the moment, our first goal is to put together a group with 12 members to raise the equivalent of $360 to adopt an ajolotito for a year. We will do a contest to choose the best name among all the members. We will also receive the infographic of the anatomy of the axolotl so that we can learn more about the wonders that we talk about its body. We will also get the certificate card of our axolotls, a letter of thanks from the members of this program. We will distribute state stickers template, and those who have won a second place in the voting of names will also keep the postcard as a prize. These resources are essential to sustain and strengthen the activities of the rescue and conservation. Since 2018, when rescue activities began, the researchers and the students from the university work with the chinamperos in the area of Cuemanco to rehabilitate his chinampa, so this refuge for axolotls can be at the same time a piece of land productive.
Now, every day the staff goes around the 40 chinampas that are included in the Chinampa Refugee Project to ensure that the water quality, oxygen level, pH, and the amount of food are optimal for the axolotls. They also keep an eye on the activity of this visible little animal, that for the most part, it happens at night.
Okay, but remember that we are not limited to the plan of 12. If they want to integrate more people, or even better, more groups, our contribution can grow and we will be able to access to better recognition and achieve a better plan, such as any of the following. If we raise $450, we will be able to adopt the Axolotl for a month, and they will give us everything we need, but with an informal University in the Chinampa Refuge, and there will be 3 postcards to reward the first in the naming contest. In addition, we will reflect among us the opportunity for one of the members of the group to visit the colony at mid our Axolotl leave, guided by specialists. If we raise $2,700, the adoption will be for 6 months with all of the above for raffling off 5 visits to available to all, so he can go and visit the Axolotls. In the wonderful event that we managed to raise $5,400, in addition to the merchandise from the previous package, there will be 15 lucky people to win those places to know and enjoy these wonderful sanctuaries. After all, the best prize we'll take away is that of contributing to the salvation of our beloved axolotls, inherited from our ancestors who already knew their heritage properties and considered them an important gift from their gods.
Now, if you are interested in supporting without joining any of our groups, you can also make contributions on your own. Complete information can be found directly on the ecological restoration page of the Institute of Biology of the UNAM that we include in the reference if you want to visit them, or in the UNAM's online store. So we have cheaper packages ranging from $10 to $180. Our friendship is included in case you want to share your experience with us. To congratulate you also in the videos and recognition publications we want to publish on our social network. The important thing is to accept the invitation made by the promoter of the project, Luis Zambrano, to choose an Axolotl or Axolotl. Give it a name and not only save its species, because a species is not a species without its habitat. We like axolots, we like them, we have regulated them very well, but what has got us to work is to regulate their house, and this is Xochimilco. Now, so thanks for all the members of the project. Thank you, ONAM, and all the members of here. Thank you, Mexico, and the Friends of Axolots of Mexico. Welcome with us to make your visit to Xochimilco easier. Thank you. Thanks for your attention. Now here are the reference you want to visit them.
Okay, team, that was really, really good. Congratulations. I think you picked an excellent topic because, as I mentioned before you started, I think the axolotl, for many reasons, is extremely important in Mexican culture, and we all wish to have an axolotl. At least I do. I know. And also, I would like to mention, before we check if there are any questions, that I think your project is very, very interesting because, as you said, it is extremely relevant right now to do some activities or some actions in order to study them before we find that we have no axolotls anymore. So I don't know if there are any questions. I am checking YouTube. There's a comment about how the axolotl is in the 50 pesos bill, of course. I know that some people collect them as well because of that, but I don't know if any of the teachers have any questions for this team about their project or axolotls. I think maybe no. Let's give it a second. Oh yeah, teacher Erika is asking, can you share again where can people donate for this cause?
Yeah. Okay, so this is the prices if you want to adopt an axolotl. Now, like we said, if we have $360, we can adopt for a month. If we have $270 we can adopt it for 6 months, and if we raise it to $5,700, sorry, we can adopt it for 12 months. Now, this is in the web, adopt an axolotl of the UNAM, of the Institute of Biology. Like we put it in our reference here.
And also, if you search Adobe and Axolotl, you can find it the UNAM, the page of the UNAM, and you can make donations if you want to adopt an Axolotl, or only you can go to the UNAM online store where you can buy things, and with that money, they could make axolotls and improve their chinampas or their habitat where they live. So you can donate what you want. The only thing is to save them, and because they are in the serious danger of extinction.
Yeah, of
Excellent.
course. Thank you very much. I was
Yeah.
thinking maybe a school in Canada, and I don't know, this is just an idea, but I think it could consolidate, maybe ask for 12 groups so they can each adopt one of the axolotls each month, right? And then we
Yeah.
do a year. And that is like a starting point, and then maybe some others could join. Thank you.
Yes, that's the idea. Okay, people, very, very well done. On YouTube, there is a comment by Blanca Georgina Aguilar Ruiz. She says that it's a very interesting topic to pay attention to because, of course, as we know, the axolotl is endangered and we don't want to be left out without them, of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, people. So as I said, very interesting. Excellent job. I'm super proud of you. Very
Yeah.
nice to see you, by the way. Okay. And well, we are going to continue with the last talk of today's, well, this first panel of the forum. This last talk is called The Use of Nuclear Energy in Modern Society. Is it conceivable? And the speaker is Bruno Rodea Reyes from the Vidal Castañeda in Nájera campus. We already have Bruno over here waiting.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, Bruno. Luis, could you please make Bruno a co-host? So that he can share. Or I will share your presentation. Bruno, don't worry, give me 1 second.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
I will be sharing for you, okay? So
Okay.
whenever you need me to change the screen, you can just tell me, all right?
Yeah, sure. So, hi, good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank you for having me in this very important event, the very first Advanced English Forum. It's an absolute pleasure to be presenting my project to all of you. I'm Bruno Rodea Reyes from the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria número 4, Vidal Castañeda y Nájera, and in this occasion I'll be presenting to you the very important topic of the use of nuclear energy in the near future, and posing a question to all of you which will be answered on the end of this very first presentation. Is it conceivable? So I just want to get from the beginning what originated this. This project began in my Physics 3 class with Professor Florencio, who assigned my group to make an investigation about solving modern problems while applying one of the previous topics we discussed in class. I took this into consideration and I decided to make it about nuclear fusion. Not only because I was actually very interested in this topic and this type of energy sources, but because it was one of the previous topics we discussed in this class. At some point, the process and investigation project was just put off and just canceled a week later. So what I did, instead of just throwing this investigation project to the trash can and doing nothing about it, I decided to do more research, and I realized that this process could be applied in a bigger way, a more sustainable way. Next slide, please. So to get started, in 2024 and in current years, the whole world, not only Mexico, but the whole world has been involved in this critical environmental situation. In need of a quick solution, various corporations have said the typical, that we need to stop using plastic products or embrace the use of transport alternatives as the bicycle, for example, or not using straws or paper bags. We all know that doesn't work. So the main problem remains just untouched, which is energy. So I just want to clarify some things before I even start discussing this topic. I just want to define two very basic concepts so that everyone in here can understand this presentation to its fullest. The first of these concepts is energy. What is energy? Well, this has many definitions and it varies between the different areas of study. Just for example, biologists have a very different energy concept as to put into perspective the engineers, for example. So to keep it simple, the energy is the amount of force that takes to make something from happening. That's it. This can be from the creation of the biggest living star on the outer space, from turning on the microwave in your kitchen. The possibilities are infinite. The second concept I want to cover is an atom. What is an atom? Um, According to John Dalton, who is the creator of the very first atomic model, is the smallest possible unit that can intervene in a chemical reaction, making the manipulation of this type of matter very difficult. So now that we have know these very basic concepts, I'm going to talk about Mexico only, not the whole world. So next slide, please. So according to the Global Energy Monitor, the Mexican electric chart was distributed with these percentages. 64.5% of the total energetic use of this country was with thermoelectrical power sources like coal, oil, and natural gas. This is very important to take into consideration in this context because the use of this very specific type of energy supplies creates the very infamous greenhouse effect gases such as carbon dioxide, for example, that are very damaging to the environment, and it's the main cause of the crisis the country is currently facing. On the other hand, hydroelectric energy is spotted in second place with 15.17% of the total national use, which is very low compared to the thermoelectric energy. The other sources like wind and solar energy are distributed with 7.82% and 6.19% respectively. This profile represents that the problem is just right in front of our eyes and we just don't want to see it. We need to do something about it and we need to do it quickly. So next slide, please. So what are the main consequences of using the thermoelectrical energy supplies? I'm not going to deep dive too much into this topic, but these are the ones that we all of us have already heard of, such as the greenhouse effect gases I mentioned earlier, the high waste production and how this affects every aspect of our environment. For example, the rain. These high waste productions make the rain turn into acid rain, polluting the floors and make it unusable. But it is very important to mention them since those are and many other problems that we want to face by embracing these alternatives in a more eco-friendly and sustainable way. So next slide, please. So how can we fix this problem? We have talked about this how bad this problem has turned in our society, but is there any solution to this? The quick response is that yes, there is. The use of alternative energy sources like biomass, ocean, and geothermal energy has been rising in the past decade because of this very special and dangerous environmental crisis that we are currently involved in. These methods, as our chart represents, are not very effective. So what can we apply to finally make a change? This is where our protagonist takes place, which is nuclear energy. Next, please. So to begin with, what is this technology? According to the UNAM, nuclear fusion, as it's called, the whole process, consists of the bond of two atomic nuclei. In this process, the energy emissions turn into mass loss, and this mass loss turns into heat and light. Knowing this very simplified but very important concept of what nuclear fusion is, takes a huge step into understanding why this type of energy is one of its kind. So, next slide, please. Next. So, what are the benefits of implementing this type of energy in our society? Now that we have taken into consideration the main points that we are going to cover lately, the main one is that it's way cleaner and less radioactive, being put into comparison with the nuclear plants that we apply in current days. To take into consideration the actual nuclear plants that we apply in Mexico, for example, apply the very opposite principle of nuclear fusion, which is nuclear fission. This consists, very briefly, in dividing this atomic nuclei, in which this separation turns into mass loss, and mass loss turns into heat and light. So another point I want to make is that the lack of carbon emissions are very important, taking this into a more environmental perspective, the abundant fuels and reliable power. The past slide, please. Okay, so is this type of energy viable? This is our main question here. Is it conceivable to propose this type of energy in a more serious manner? The quick answer is that no, not yet. Although the benefits of nuclear fusion are very appealing, taking into consideration in this context, the technological limitations that we have in actual years are stopping us from embracing the use of this specific process in a long-term situation. On the other hand, scientists from all over the world are working in the research and technological advances to make a sustainable future more possible. Next presentation, please. So by having all the presented information into account, we can say that although the advances we have made in technology as a modern society, we are far from implementing these alternative supplies of energy as our main source. This being taken in a social economical perspective. But the further we investigate and the further we put into practice and testing these type of energies, the faster we're going to be applying this technology in our daily days, living a more sustainable and overall healthy life. Also with this, we achieve the 7th Sustainable Development Goal, which is affordable and clean energy. Next presentation, please. And those are my references if you would like to visit these pages. And I invite all of you who are watching this to explore a little bit more in this topic because it is very interesting. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bruno, that was very, very well done. Thank you very much. I think this is a topic, well, in general, energy sources, it's a topic that we need to pay more attention to, which I think we often don't. But as you mentioned, it is something that may represent the future for a lot of us, perhaps. Okay?
Yes.
All right, so let me check if there are any questions for you.
Sure.
On YouTube or over here with the participants. I think teacher Luis has one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question because this is, I think, one of the most amazing topics. Pretty controversial, but pretty current because after watching Oppenheimer and those kind of topics with the birth of nuclear energy applied, well, for not exactly peaceful purposes, what are the lessons that you think humanity has to learn in terms of using nuclear energy? I'm thinking about Chernobyl accident, and also what happened at the Fukushima electrical
Yeah,
station after an earthquake in which they used nuclear energy, and there was a problem with the fluids, with the radioactive fluids
with
that went in
radioactive
the
materials,
water.
sure.
Yeah, so in your opinion, your personal opinion, what are the lessons humanity has to learn about it? And also what could be like you as a future professional in whatever the area of your choice, what would be the suggestions, the ideas you would give to those who are in charge of this in order to make the best of this kind of source of energy? Thank you.
So actually answering your question, I think that this type of energy, this type of alternatives need to be picked with very cautelous hands because of this very principle that you said with Oppenheimer and the use of creation of the nuclear bomb, which are very destructive materials. I think we need to take this into a more positive direction because this is revolutionary. Because one of the main aspects of this nuclear fusion thing is that the energy loss is minimal, is actually minimal, and if we apply this principle into a more long-term situation, we in Mexico, for example, we will just need this very few plants of this type of energy to supply the whole country. But as I'm speaking right now, as I mentioned, is very new. This is like the main downside of this. For example, according to a document made by the CNN, in 2022, December 22, scientists at the National Ignition Facility at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California actually made the great achievement of gaining actual energy from this process. So it is something that we just need to put our eyes on and view in a more positive way, in a revolutionary way.
Okay, I would have another one. Now that we are in the area of artificial intelligence, how do you think artificial intelligence would help keep safe those nuclear reactors and nuclear facilities to put human beings away from the risk of an accident and all
Of an
the
accident like
consequences?
Chernobyl.
Yeah, and artificial intelligence would be useful and helpful to then use this kind of energy in the benefit of humanity.
My answer is that yes, there will be use of artificial intelligence on this very important topic because everything is changing. The use of artificial intelligence in 10 years in the past was like impossible. What is that? But now that we've seen what can actually achieve this type of technology, we are using it in a more serious manner of these artificial technologies. So I'd say that yes, there can be, but there will be some inconveniences with the use of, as I said, artificial intelligence of replacing humans in this type of situation because the thing with artificial intelligence right now is that it's not that safe to use right now. It's very unsafe, it's very unlogical in many purposes, so it will be time until we reach that point.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations for that. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Okay, that was very well done, Bruno. Thank you very much. I also think that Teacher Areli wants to congratulate you because you did an amazing job, which I am completely agreed with. So I don't know if anybody else has any further questions. It is almost time to finish this first panel. Teacher Erika also says, congratulations, Bruno, great topic and magnificent delivery. I think we all can agree on that. Okay. So I think it's time for us to wrap up this first panel because now it's time to continue with the second one. The second one is going to be just as interesting as this one, so please do not go away. Do not disconnect anybody. And well, it was a pleasure being here with everybody, with the teams, with the rest of the teachers. Thank you very much, and let's continue.
Thank you, Professor Analayma. Well, let's continue with our next part, with the second panel of our event. In this second panel, we will have three main topics, or three topics to talk about. The first one will be presented by José Roberto Galindo Morales and Ernesto Said Hernández Ramírez. Are you here, guys? Are you here? No? Are you here?
Yes, they are.
Oh, yes,
They are, but
okay, so they're going to present the talk related, well, the entitled as Nearshoring, a New Path in the Economy of Mexico. Then who from you is presenting? So to make you a co-host, is it you, Jose Roberto, or Ernesto Said? Who's going to be presenting? Hello? No? Or you want me to present it? You want me to share my screen?
I think Ernesto's audio is not working. Let me send him a message about that.
All right. So it's Ernesto and Jose Roberto. Jose Roberto, are you here? Roberto, right? It must be you.
Yes.
Right. It's
Okay. Who from you is presenting, Roberto or Ernesto? Who is presenting the slides?
And my partner Ernesto.
Okay, Ernesto. So I'm gonna make you Hernández Ramírez, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna be the co-host, so you can share your screen right away. Welcome, and start whenever you want. Welcome to this event.
Thank you. Is my audio working now?
It is clear and loud. Yeah, you can proceed.
Thank you. It's gonna take a while, so hold on.
Are you finding it hard to share your screen? Don't worry. If it is, just tell me and I can share mine.
Yes, I'm finding a little bit hard. So.
Okay, don't worry. Let me then look for mine. So I have your presentations here. Don't worry. It's panel number 2, and you are nearshoring, right? Okay,
Yes,
it's a PDF file. So I'm gonna be sharing the PDF file, and you will tell me. I mean, you will talk us, and you tell me when to pass from one slide to the other. Okay, so don't worry. There you go. The microphone is yours. You can proceed. Just tell me next to.
Yes, well, good afternoon to everybody. We are presenting our presentation by me, Roberto Morales, and my partner, Ernesto Said. And could you go to the next one, please? Okay, well, our work is titled Nearshoring, a Commitment to the Future, and how does it deals with the goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. Next one, please. Okay, well, to begin with, we have what is goal number 8. Goal number 8 is about promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. Multiple crises are placing globally, and like the real GDP per capita growth is forecast to slow down in 2023, and with ever increased challenging and economic condition, more workers are turning from the formal work to informal employment. Now, globally, labor productivity has increased and the unemployment rate has decreased. However, more progress is needed to increase employment opportunities, especially for young people. And it has to be reduced informal employment in terms to labor market equality. Next one, please. So what is decent work? Decent work means opportunities for everybody to get work that is productive and delivers a fair income, like security in workplace and social protection for families, better prospects and development and social integration. And next, please. Well, now we have 3 challenges to abort. The number 1 is a perceived lack of decent work opportunities in sub-investment and under-consumption contribute to the erosion of the basic social contracts that all with most share in progress. The creation of quality jobs remain a major change for almost all economies. Now, the number 2 is that achieving goal number 8 will require a wholesale reform of the financial system to tackle risk debts, economic uncertainties, and trade tensions, while promoting equity and pay and decent work for young people, as we have mentioned. And the last one is sustained and inclusive economic growth that can drive progress, create decent jobs, and all improve living standards.
Yes, next slide, please. Now we're going to talk about building a sustainable economy, which is providing youth the best opportunity to transition to a decent job calls for investing in education and training of the highest possible quality, providing youth with skills that match labor market demands, giving them access to social protection and basic services regardless of their contract type, as well as leveling the playing field so that all aspiring youth can attain productive employment regardless of their gender, income level, or socioeconomic background. Governments can work to build dynamic, sustainable, innovative, and people-centered economies, promoting youth employment and women's economic empowerment in particular, and a decent work for all. Next slide. Our proposal is that a specific target is to achieve at least 7% of the annual domestic product growth in these countries. With this in mind, we will explore how nearshoring can contribute to this goal, offering opportunities to increase efficiency and reduce costs for companies, while providing employment and economic development in receiving countries. This approach can stimulate GDP growth and improve economic conditions in the least developed countries, helping them achieving their goals of sustainable economic growth.
Next one, please. So what is nearshoring? This term refers to the practice of transferring business activities or process to a nearby country, usually to reduce costs, improve efficiency, or access to new markets. Unlike offshoring, that is relocating operations to distant countries, nearshoring involves choosing countries that are geographically close. And this strategy enables companies to maintain closer proximity to their home market while still benefiting from the advantage offered by these nearby countries, such as lower labor cost or regulations environment. Now, nearshoring can contribute to sustainable economic growth and development by leveraging the strength of neighbor countries. Next one, please. Well, here are some advantages. In the first place, we have the great contact with subcontracted companies. This means that communication with the subcontracted companies is quicker and simple, and therefore the decision-making process is also easier. And now, reduction in time and transportation cost. Since the distance between the central office and the subcontracted office are reduced, deliveries can be carried out in a shorter period in time and obviously at a reduced cost. Now, great knowledge of the market. Since the distance is not very great, cultural differences are minimal. That helps to a better study and demand of the market in detail. Better product quality. This occurs and the manufacturers know exactly the market and the environment they are working with. Now, for the last advantage, we have better knowledge of the legal environment. This is very important because the outsourced company have a greater presence in the market, and that allows him to know the labor and commercial regulations.
Yes, next slide, please. Now we're talking about how nearshoring gives decent work. Nearshoring often involves the establishment of manufacturing plants, call centers, or service centers in nearby countries. These operations create jobs opportunities for local residents and contributing to employment growth and economic development in the host country. Companies that engage in nearshoring often adhere to labor standards and regulations in both their home country and the host country, ensuring that workers are provided with their fair wages, safe working conditions, and opportunities for advancement. And additional, nearshoring can help alleviate unemployment and underemployment in the host country by providing formal employment opportunities. Next slide, please. And this time we're going to talk about the successful cases, which are 5. The first one, next slide, please. It is Audi, that in 2016, the Audi plant in Puebla began operations, and since then it has manufactured 1 million units of the Q5 model in Mexico. Some data obtained from the cluster industrial portal indicates that in 2022, Audi's production level reached 1,700 units, exceeding its installed capacity. And that same year, its export increased by 23.8% compared to the previous year, and it also employs 5,000 people. The next one is Mattel, which in 2018, this toy company opened the Montoy plant in Nuevo León, and it's its largest factory in the world. And according to information from Heraldo Binario, this plant exports to 30 countries around the world and represents a crucial role in this operation of Mattel's value chain, that in 2022, they invested like 1 billion in it. And regarding the benefits it had for Mexico, the generation of jobs from this plant grew from 1,600 in 2019 to 3,500 in 2022. Next one is Whirlpool, that since 1987, this American company moved parts of its operations to Mexico, and the purpose of it was improving the supply chain, and they even moved supplies to Mexico since their focus is on having their operations in a place where it was most economical to deliver the product to the consumer. This information was said by Reforma. The next one is Alibaba, which is a Chinese e-commerce consortium, and it's opened its sorting center in Mexico City in 2022 with the main purpose of achieving package deliveries from China to Mexico in 12 business days. According to Info Channel data, this is the first sorting center in America, and it is focused on the 32 states of the country of Mexico. And last one, but not least, it is Nissan, that this Japanese company has begun operating in Mexico since the 1960s and has 3 plants in Aguascalientes and Morelos, and it has produced up to 2,400 units per day. And Nissan has several distribution centers in Mexico, and is one of the companies that had invested the most in country's automobile industry. In 2022, it consolidated itself as the main car manufacturer for the domestic market, and 5 of the locally manufactured models are the best sellers in the world.
Okay, the next one, please. So, how is the current landscape of the nearshoring now? The results of the studies make it so clear. Nearshoring is driving investment in Mexico. During the first 9 months of 2023, the sector related to this relocation trend received 40% more FDI than was observed in the same period of months in 2022. Okay, now, what is government support, or what is the paper of the government in this? The government of Mexico issued a decree that promotes nearshoring investments, which allows accelerate the reduction of investments from 66% to 89% in 2023 and on 2024. Now, next one, please. Also, a very important part is the environmental impact. As we can see, the negative environment impact that is the increase in production and industrial activity associated with nearshoring. We can have on water or electricity that is unsustainable, but we cannot ignore air pollution in metropolitan areas either. Since the environmental contingency levels are constantly reached. Next, please. Well, here are reference of our work. And next one, please. We thank you very much for your attention. We hope you have a nice day and you have enjoyed your presentation.
Oh, thank you very much for sharing with us this very interesting and very, very attractive and appealing topic related directly with the development and growth of our economy by means of having direct investments in Mexico to not only to create employment, but also to help people develop and have a higher. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know if there are some questions. Let me see. We have some questions in the chat. We don't have any questions so far. Probably the audience is preparing their questions, but what I would like to ask is, according to what you looked for, I mean, to the information you collected from different sources, what is the future or their prospective panorama of nearshoring for Mexico? Because Mexico has a very privileged situation in terms of geography. We are close to one of the largest markets in the world, which is North America, talking about Canada and the States. But do you think Mexico will have the chance to export also, or to be, to have the chance to be the hub from which exports of different goods and services, mainly goods, can be directed to South America, or South America would be a competitor for Mexico? I'm talking about Brazil, Chile, or Argentina. What do you think? Mexico has chances of development, of being one of the top hub places for nearshoring, or South America can represent any kind of competition for our country? Thank you.
Well, in our work, we have that the first advantage of Mexico and the nearshoring is the geographic location, because like we mentioned, this helps to reduce the importation cost, labor war, and all of that. That, if you mention countries in South America, is a little bit more, a little bit the distance, So yes, they are countries very important that can also have these investments, but the companies, like you say, in the States, in Canada, and all other countries prefer Mexico because the geographic location. So in our case, we don't think they are like a very big competition.
They're not dangerous competitors for Mexico because of our geographical position in the world and in the continent. Okay. Teacher Mary Kristen from campus, your campus, Antonio Caso campus. She asks, does insecurity in Mexico block or affect nearshoring? What do you think?
Yes, but it's also one of the main incumbents. Yes, insecurity, but it's not such a big problem because they are very secure. And also, like we have the example from the Tesla plant, you have heard about it, is in Nuevo León, so it's very nearby. So the insecurity cannot afford stealing of these parts, or stealing of these cars, because it's a really short distance.
Okay, I don't know if your partner, your classmate Hernandez, would like to add something to these answers you have given to us.
Oh yes, about the panorama, I think it's really important because it's a way of, like a new way, because of the pandemic, it affected so much the way of commerce, and now nearshoring it makes easier to distribute some that products like Nissan or Temu that they are now the newest thing. And I think it is such a cool way to distribute products, but it's not like we need to be dependent to it because we need to preserve other ways of distributing products.
Okay, and of course, well, if we can say that even plants can be created or settled down in not exactly close to the border with the US, but in the central or southern part of Mexico, then we can think about that this could be really helped, or this could be promoted by the creation of new train, railway lines to the north and to the south. So I think that railways will be really something useful for boosting the position of Mexico in terms of nearshoring. Well, thank you very much, and we appreciate a lot the time you have dedicated to prepare this topic. Thank you, and of course to your counselors, the teachers that were with you along the preparation of this. Thank you very much. Your statements of participation will be sent to you by email in the coming days, so please be aware of that. And thank you very much. And sorry, and a big applause for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, in our next presentation, the title of it is Fast Fashion or Harsh Fashion. Our speakers, the speakers who prepared this presentation, are Jimena Danae Vázquez Gutiérrez and Carolina Huerta Loredo from José Vasconcelos campus. I don't know if you're here. Are you here? Okay, so who will be presenting the slides? Is it going to be Violeta or Carolina?
Sorry,
Who's
me.
going to be? Huh?
Me, Jimena.
Jimena. Okay, so I'm gonna make a co-host. Jimena. Violeta, right? You are pretty like Violeta Moreno.
But I changed it, Jimena Vázquez. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you very much. No, it's okay. Well, welcome. So now you have the control of that. So feel free to share your presentation. Welcome to this event. Okay, we were looking forward to hear from you. Go ahead.
It looks nice. It looks. Yep.
Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead, no problem.
Okay, thank you. So our presentation, it's about, like you said, fast fashion or harsh fashion. We are Jimena and my partner Carolina, and we will continue. Okay. Go ahead.
First of all, I want you to know what fast fashion means. And I really hope this term is well known among all the people here and even more. Fast fashion is a kind of fashion, if we can call it like that, or an economic model that clothing companies have initiated and promoted to increase their sales. It has three solid characteristics. That is poor quality clothing, short durability, and the most common one is that these clothes have a very low price to encourage high consumption. And why is it a heavy problem now? Why? It's because young people are the main consumers these days. And why is that? Thanks to social media. Most of us want to see and dress like famous people or celebrities, and we don't know the real damage we are doing to our planet when we get new clothes, even if we don't need them. Also, we hope after we tell you the real problem is and give you some solutions, you really take this into account and take part of this small step that can make a change.
And well, now, why is it a problem? Well, this industry is not only depends on cheap materials, but it also depends on cheap labor. Because it has like approximately 75 employees in factories around the world, and only 2% of them are earning a living wage. Also, there are terrible working conditions and and they work in an insecure workplace. Furthermore, all these problems from fast fashion are related to pollution, because it is the second most polluting industry in the world. Also, the fast fashion generates too much waste, and like around 8 to 10% of the global carbon emissions are because of the fast fashion. Another problem is with the alarming water expenditure. In only 1 year, 93 billion cubic meters of water are used in the textile production.
As you can see, here's a list of some brands that you maybe know. And of course, we want you to stop buying from them because they are here because they have violated labor laws and also they have a very bad control over their production. As you can see in the top is Shane, because I'm pretty sure you know this brand because it's very common nowadays between young people. And it is famous because it changed their catalog almost every week, making people buy clothes that they really don't need and throw away clothes that have less than a month in their closet. Also, it's well known that Shane has a very bad working conditions for the employees. And also, one thing that is very important is that these brands, among the others, use toxic chemicals to their clothes that affect oral health. Also, all these brands really don't care about the environment and throw away into the oceans and rivers toxic substances that pollute them. What we're trying to tell you is not to stop buying at all, because we know that clothes and dressing is a very basic thing, but we are asking you to be more responsible when you do it. In the next slide, we're going to tell you some things that you can do instead of buying new clothes, how to recycle new ones.
Right, now we are going to, like my partner said, we are going to talk about what we can make to support and to help our planet. What are the solutions to the fast fashion? First of all, we have to reduce our consumption in general and ask ourselves if we need really the clothes that we are buying. We don't need to buy on impulse. For example, if you go to a shop, you can check all of the clothes, all the characteristics, if you like it or not, the price, all of those things, and you need to think if you really need it, if you really want it, because sometimes we only buy because we want to buy, because we need to buy, but this generates a lot of trash too. Because of this, so we can also reuse our clothes and give them a second life. We can repair, sew, and cut them. We can make it another type of thing. We can make a lot of things with our clothes. Also, we can buy in second-hand shops. We know one that is Vestua Mexico. It has very good clothes, very nice clothes with very nice prices. And we can buy them because they are second-hand clothes too. Also, we can recycle, use creativity, and turn an item into something new, to something different. Like we were saying, like I said in the first point. If not, we can donate it to other people, with our friends, or with to the people that really need that clothes. Also, we can recover if it cannot be reused or recycled. We can responsibly dispose of the waste in such a way that it through friendly processes. It can be recycled in another type of processes. And a very important part is that we do not follow a linear production. Take, use, and throw away. We don't have to do it because you only take the clothes, you use it, and you throw away. You need to do another thing with your clothes. We can do many things with our clothes because if we not, they are trash and they can pollute our planet too.
Like I said from the beginning, this responsibility is not just on the consumer's shoulders, but it's also a big responsibility for the industries. There are a lot of things that they can do, and we can demand them to do, because it's well known that they just care about raising their money, and the consumers just care about dressing well. But for example, they can stop using dangerous substances. There are a lot of materials that they can use and recycle instead of using these things that pollute our environment. Also, they can increase the durability of clothing, not always wanting people to buy and buy and buy new things when they don't need it. Also, they can improve recycle and reuse into their clients. Also, they can make use of renewable energy and materials in their production. Of course, the government have already told them to do these things, but it doesn't really mean that they are following these rules. So that's when we can demand them to do it by stop buying from them. Also, this thing doesn't just happen here in Mexico. It also happened in China, for example, that their production is massive. Also in countries like United States, Germany, and even in the India. What we're trying to tell you is to let more people know about this thing, this problem, and maybe motivate them to do creative things to their old clothes and don't have this necessity to buy new things because they really don't. And also we can make a new trend where dressing well or like a celebrity isn't a personal thing, but it is important to be friendly with our environment.
Okay, now we talk about the solutions, we're going to talk about the 12th SDG, the goal. It is about ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. This goal is about, it's mentioned that this problem aims to change the current model of production and consumption to achieve efficient management of natural resources. This is what the goals want to make. Implemented processes to avoid food loss, ecological use of chemicals, and reduce waste generation. Now, we have here two targets that we select from this goal. The target 12.5 says that by 2030, substantially reduce waste generation through prevention, production, recycle, and reuse. And the target 12.6 says that encourage companies, especially large and transnational companies, to adopt sustainable practices and to integrate sustainability information into their reporting cycle. Like we said in the last panel, we said about what the industry can make. So, like my friend Carolina said, we need to be responsible customers, and also the industries need to be responsible with this problem. I will stop a little bit. I don't know why I didn't, we cannot see the resources. Wait a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, it stopped. Okay. Here are our resources, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for this amazing presentation, in which probably we're not exactly aware of to what extent sometimes the way clothes are made are affecting our planet and the life on our planet. Okay, so let me see if there's any question in YouTube. No, we don't have questions so far, and we don't have questions in our chat right now. But for example, do you have you had experience of buying clothes made from different materials rather than the ones that affect directly to the environment? Or, I mean, are you keen on, or have you had experience of buying, let's say, sustainable clothes? Tell us about your experience, please, a little bit.
Well, in my case, I haven't experienced exactly like sustainable resources, but one of another ways to help is to buy in local shops, in local well, yes, in local industries. Well, no, not industries, with local, yes, with local shops, yes. For example, with my family, they produce a different type of clothes. Like my mom, she likes to sweep. I have a lot of I have
A lot of
I, well, my mom makes the clothes. My mom likes
Oh,
to wave.
patterns.
My mom likes to wave a lot, and she tries to buy her materials to weave in local places. And we also like to buy like our 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 pants too, like in not very big industries. And another thing that we do in my family is like we use the clothes like 2 or 3 times in like 1 week. We do not wash them a lot because it also generates it uses a lot of water. So we try to reduce our use of water too in that way. I don't use a lot of sustain with the clothes with another sustainable things. I only like to buy in second-hand shops too. That is the way we can contribute in this place in our world.
Oh, so those are very good tips for those who probably don't have an idea how to contribute to reducing the abusive use of natural resources that we as humanity have made against our planet. Okay, Carolina, have you had any other
Yeah,
experience with
I
like?
have. Well,
Okay, tell me about it.
personally, I haven't bought from some sustainable clothes, but what we do in my family is like reuse the clothes because, for example, here, I'm gonna be honest, sometimes I dress the same things that my mother because we are like the same hay and those things, and we really don't need to buy or get new clothes because we can change it. And when we reduce to one person the clothes, it reduces even, like she said, the washing clothes process and those things. I really know here in Mexico it's not that easy to get to sustainable sources, and some of them are very expensive. Like I have a friend that likes to do a lot of things, and sometimes they go to, for example, La Roma to get products that are sustainable. But of course, there are people that can go that far away to get those things. In my example, and what we do is just to get to the local things. For example, in my house, there are near shops of clothes that we can get, and of course they don't come from directly from the industry, but maybe for other people that are selling their clothes.
Yeah, and sometimes these kind of clothes tend to be more expensive. I mean, if they are, because they are like oriented to a target part of the population that they are not buying exactly the clothes, but the prestige. No, oh, you know, I buy organic clothes, but it's not because they want to help the planet. It's because they want to be, you know, on the spot. So probably we need to be more aware and develop more a really favorable attitude towards the kind of clothes we buy. And as you said, probably to find a way to get clothes that are sustainable and that are friendly to the planet without trying to get, you know, under the spot. Well, we have in our, Laura Pablo Hernandez, one of our teachers in Vidal Castañeda Nájera campus says, congratulations, excellent presentation. Claudia Caballero asks this, what is your opinion about the clothes that are fast fashion, but have more quality? Okay.
Well,
Anyone?
maybe they can be fast fashion. I'm pretty sure that this industry want to, like you said before, want to get into this target, like saying, oh, we are friendly with the environment. But the principal problem is that they are making clothes that are not friendly with the environment. I don't know if you have seen these things that they have this little ticket that said is making by recycled things. And we are not pretty sure if they really are. They just like make them a little bit brown, if you have seen these things. And I'm not pretty sure if they are really sustainable, but I will not trust into fast fashion brands like Shane. If they told me I make something friendly, I won't believe it, but I will make my sure research to be certain that the things that they are doing are sustainable. And not just that, even the process are great.
Exactly. Okay, yes, please, Jimena, go ahead.
Yes, and also about what my friend said, it is not all like we said in our presentation. Is not also like the material that they are trying to use in it's also because of the process they are making. We don't know how they are making them. Like we said, there are a lot of different conditions, different work conditions of the people that works to make these clothes. Women, and also kids are sometimes in Asian countries or African countries. They are used to help and to make these clothes. They are working in a very bad conditions, and well, we don't know about that. And also because like Shein or like Temu, all of these brands, they are exchange brands. They are from China, they are from Asia or other countries. Like I know in countries like Bangladesh, India, they have a lot of women and kids working from them. So it's a little bad in this case. The best thing that we can do is to buy in slow fashion places, or also like we know, like we said, give another second life to our clothes, or also like change it with another people. Here in our school, like 2 days ago, they make a little change of clothes. A lot of people came and bring clothes that they didn't want, clean clothes, and you can see them. You could see them, and you could change it. You give a cloth, and you take a cloth, and you have another one that is clean, that is reusable, that it's a very good change of your clothes too.
Okay, excellent answer. And yeah, definitely we need to keep an eye on that, because I think that we cannot just, you know, to exchange things, but if they are, you know, in good condition and healthy, of course, that's going to be an advantage. And that is connected with what teacher Mary Kristen Garcia says. It says one problem of buying secondhand clothes, it's the bed bugs, you know, the changes. Okay. And it says that they have. It says, what can we do in this case? So how can we prevent buying clothes that could be full of bed bugs or infected, or, you know, with bed bugs? What could you do, or what could we do?
Well, I'm pretty sure there in internet are many things that we can do, maybe wash them or use maybe some products that are specific for these things. Maybe that can happen. Of course it happens, but I think that really have a solution, maybe an easy one, just exterminate it, or just simple, if this thing is not wearable, we can use to do another things, maybe like a thing we can use to clean some surface, but we can change it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, just one last comment. Teacher Alejandra Gutierrez says, great work, Jimena and partner. Such a good topic to create awareness nowadays when clothes seem to be more disposable than ever before. Well, thank you very much for this great presentation. That it was so enriching, and so, you know, something that we need to think about when consuming clothes, because it is not just go and buy. It is go and buy with a reason. Thank you very much. Receive, please, a great hand from us. And well, in the coming days, you will receive your statement of participation in this remarkable event. Okay, now we have our final topic, our final presentation of this panel. It is the title of this is Improving Our Public Transport. The presenters, the speakers, are Alexander Castro Mejia and Raquel Isabela Flamenco Aguirre from José Vasconcelos campus. So who's presenting from you? Are you here? Yes. Alexander, or, oh, you're together.
Good afternoon.
Alexander and, okay, you're together. So let me just have you be co-host so you can share your presentation with us. Welcome to this first forum of English Advanced Students. All yours. Go ahead.
You can see the presentation. Yeah. Okay.
It's in the, oh, now it's here. Yes. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, good afternoon to all of you. well, we are Alexander and Raquel, and we are going to present you improving our public transport. Well, this is an index about what we are going to talk about during this presentation.
Okay, well, let's start talking about Mexico in general. According from data from the INEGI, Mexico is one of the largest countries in terms of territory expanse compared to others, ranking the 14th place among the largest in the world. Thank you to its size, coupled with various external factors such as cultural richness, geographical diversity, decreasing mortality rate, and increasing birth rate, Mexico has managed to reach the 11th position among the countries with the highest pollution density, with much of the pollution concentrated in the Mexico Valley. For example, here you can see that we have some statistics. Here is the Mexico pollution. Mexico is in the 11th place, and compared to other places as China and India, it's not a big pollution, but yes, Mexico is one of the most polluted cities. And for example, here we have another map. It's about the density in the Mexico. And you can see the most populated cities in Mexico are the Mexico State and the Mexico City.
Okay, so then we will focus on Mexico City. This is because Mexico City has had the largest concentration of people over the years in the country. Well, in the image before, the statistics, it says that Edomex is the most populated state of Mexico, but we have to consider that most people from Edomex come to Mexico City to work, study, or see his family, and that is why it's the concentration in here.
Okay, so let's focus on the public transport. The monthly statistics on urban passenger transport, these are the image. It's a tool that shows of public transport in Mexico City. And this institute captures information from each urban passenger transport system based on the records from the state transportation system. With this, we are approximately 99.7 million of people have been recently traveling in the public transport. And the principal transport public in Mexico City is the metro that near about 63.4 million of people daily use it. Then follows the Metrobus that is used about 22.2 million of people. Then the RTP, that means passenger transport network, it attends about 8.2 million people, and the trolleybus, that it's about 4.5 million of people, approximate.
Well, okay.
Okay, well, let's talk about the charge with the public transport. As concerns citizens about the quality of life in the city, we decided to address an issue that affects the daily lives of Mexicans. Recognizing the importance of the public transport in society, we conducted research, gathering data and surveys to thoroughly understand transport habits about the residents of Mexico City, focusing especially on the most common used modes, analyzing how the pollution perceives the quality, efficiency, reliability, and other relevant aspects. During a research process, we incurred a series of concerning challenges under urgency situation. And these challenges can be, for example, peak hour congestion, lack of units, inadequate infrastructure, insecurity, and other more. All these difficulties, yes, all these not only affect the comfortable and efficiency in daily commutes, but also have a negative impact in the public transport, as crucial, and it's a crucial requirement to solve this.
So, well, as we were mentioned, these are the principal problems. First of all, is insecurity and harassment. It's the most common problem here in Mexico City during the public transport because, well, all citizens are afraid be robbed or pickpocketing, inappropriate touching. Even there are citizens that have an extra stuff like another phone in case of pickpocketing. And here is the
Yes,
statistic. And well, in the where it occurs, most of these robberies are in the bus, in the normal bus we take.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let's follow with the overcrowding and shortage of transportation vehicles. Citizens daily face the overcrowding of many public transportation vehicles, coupled with this lack of sufficient units available. This situation not only causes inconvenience to users, but also poses risk to their safety and well-being. The shortage of vehicles to meet the demands for public transport is an urgency problem that needs to be effectively addressed by the authorities.
We have the lack of maintenance to the infrastructure. Well, obviously, the images can show us that this has become a worrying issue since it implies not only satisfaction, comfort, and efficiency, but also poor maintenance can cause risks to the lives of users as well as that of operators. We can see the subway, the accident from 2021. And also, I read that yesterday, one of the public transport for Edomex to Mexico City fell down. That's because of the money, it doesn't being occupied to improve this infrastructure.
Another problem is the people education. For example, in both cases, in users and drivers in the public transportation can significantly enhance the usability and effectiveness of the service. Educated users adhere to regulate and foster an orderly environment, while trained drivers handle changing situations professionally. And this goes from individuals who refuse to give out their seat to someone who really needs it more, to drivers who are rude to passengers. There is a range behavior that contributes to this issue.
Well, we talk about the problems. Now we have solutions. These are our proposals to improve each of these points. And well, we are going to start with security and harassment.
Well, for this, these are our proposals. First, training and increased police presence in stations, stop, and units. Not only talking about normal police, training security officers that know how to do their work, with attention to all people that are having troubles, and also with more police, so they can face the problems with more efficiency. Maintenance, monitoring, and moderating surveillance cameras. Actually, the public transport has surveillance cameras, but not the necessary ones. Our suggestion is to add more cameras in the most exposed places and also give the necessary maintenance to them so it can work properly as they have to do. Also, infrastructure improvements like in system and organization. In this way, we face problems as insecurity and harassment can be more easy, also for detecting the people. Programs focused on the crime and harassment prevention. Actually, also, we have many programs regarding the prevention of these actions, but we believe that more adequate dissemination of this program is necessary. In that way, more people can be conscious and guarantees justice for victims. And this is focused to give justice for the victims, so they can know they will have justice.
So then we have for overcrowding and the shortage of transport vehicles. Well, increase the number of units to satisfy the number of passengers. This is talking about when they are the famous called peak hours, like by 6 p.m., 9 p.m. Well, everybody is going to work. To ensure that there are enough vehicles available to meet demand, and additionally optimizing routes to make them more direct and streamline traveling and reduce congestion. We as students don't have a direct route to another transport that can help us get to home. And so then extending schedules during peak hours can help to distribute passenger flow more evenly through the day. And well, lastly, expanding motorizing and improving infrastructure such as adding motor lanes or upgrading signaling systems. These measures collectively aim to enhance the quality and accessibility of public transportation.
For the lack of maintenance to the infrastructure, we suggest modernization, maintenance, and capital investment. Improving public transport is essential to promote sustainable mobility, reduce road congestions, and improve the quality of life of cities. The implementation of these measures, such as investment infrastructure, the increase in frequency and coverage, well, it's important that these proposals are carried out in collaboration with the public and the authorities.
And well, for the education that we know that we can change education for certain people, but dynamic implementation of programs that generate awareness among citizens. These programs aim to raise awareness among citizens about the importance of respecting rules and guidelines while using public transportation, fostering a culture of mutual respect and cooperation among passengers, and well, also this education to citizens, to the employers. The training courses for employees enable them to better understand and empathize with the users. We have this conclusion. It's essential to improve the public transport to promote sustainable mobility and reducing road congestion and improve the quality of life in the city. Well, also these ideas that we mentioned, they seem so simple, and obviously I believe the government need to do this because it's a really necessity to all of the people that use the public transport, that are the 80% of the people in Mexico City use the public transport. So obviously the problems that we talked before are so demanded and so ask for people to be solved.
Yes, as my classmate said, without everyone's involvement, it's hard to make these changes happen efficiently. So it's important for everyone to come together and cooperate in order to make public transport better for everyone. And these are our reference. And thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much to you guys for bringing this very interesting topic to our reality, that we live in a so crowded city and that we face troubles with it, and mobility is one of the greatest handicaps of this city, in which people find no way to go to work, to go to school in a safe and efficient way. So it is one of the great challenges that you guys brought to the discussion. Okay, well, just in the meantime that we have some questions coming from the chat here in Zoom or in YouTube, I would love to ask you something, just to let us know what your opinion is and what your position is. You said that, well, ecological transport is a must nowadays, and of course it requires well, the great amounts of money to get it. For example, what kind of improvements or what changes would you do in terms of the public transport that young people like you, I mean students, take to go to school? What improvements concretely? How do you think this could be not only an investment, but something really valuable for all of us, mainly for students like you? Okay.
We were thinking about public transport just for students. So like the Puma bus. Puma bus is just for students or workers and can bring you, for example, of a different place like Xochimilco to Seu. For example, like in that way, we are in Prepa 5. So it could be a good idea to have a private transfer for students from Prepa 5. So in that way, we can minimize the robbers and the harassment.
and also minimize the use of cars, no? Because instead of parents bringing or driving you guys to school, then it would be the public transport who would help that. Okay, that's good. I think that probably they need to restructure and redesign the routes of transportation we have in Mexico, no? Mexico City, probably to make transportation more affordable and accessible, and of course with high standards of safety and security to different parts of the city in which they have a high demand of transportation. Well, Alexandra and Raquel, thank you very much for this really interesting topic. Thank you for being part of this first event. Congratulations for the amount of work you've made and of course, the great job your teachers have made with you. Thank you very much. Your statements of participation will be emailed to you in the coming days. Yeah, you have a question? Okay. I think your mic is
Yes.
blocked. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, no, it was a pleasure listening to you. And well, let's continue with the next panel. The next panel is panel number 3. And the moderator is our teacher, Professor Enrique Rodriguez. Enrique, the mic is all yours. And you're also a host. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, everybody. And good afternoon, boys and teachers. Okay, let's present the following speakers of this panel. I like to introduce first the first panel. The first topic is called Technology and Construction in a Natural Way by Iker Tashi Chavez Hernandez from José Vasconcelos campus. And I don't know, Iker, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want me to present or do you want to present your slides as you wish?
Can you present for me? It's because I'm at the prepa and the internet is not the best.
Okay, just 1 minute. 1 moment, please. 1 second. Is from Tashi or?
Yeah.
Tashi, okay. Just 1 second, please. Okay, here we go. 1 second, please. I'm looking for it. Here we go. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thanks. My topic is technology construction in a natural way, and I'm going to talk about the construction with bamboo and the sustainability development goals from the United Nations. Next, please. The United Nations General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is a comprehensive framework designed to address the interconnected challenges of people, planet, and prosperity, while promoting universal peace and equitable access to justice. This historic resolution reflects the collective recognition by the member states that poverty eradication is the top global dilemma, without which sustainable development remains unachievable. So the agenda, which consists of 17 goals covering 169 interrelated and invisible targets in the economic, social, and environmental spheres, outlines a comprehensive roadmap for global progress. So this strategy plan is set to boost international development efforts over the next 6 years, because today is 2024, and the agenda was adopted in 2015. By adopting this agenda, nations have committed themselves to bring together the necessary resources and forge partnerships, especially in tune with the needs of the most marginalized and impoverished segments of the society. So, well, I'm going to talk about the goal number 11, that is make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So next, please. Well, nowadays, cities represent the future of the global way of life. And the world's population have reached 8 billion in 2022, and more than half of them live in the urban areas. So this figure is expected to increase within 70% of the population living in cities by 2050. And well, approximately 1.1 billion people currently live in slums or similar conditions in cities, and 2 billion more are expected in the next 30 years. So, however, many of the cities are not prepared for this accelerated urbanization and the development of adequate infrastructure, housing, and services is overwhelmed, leading to the growth of slums or similar conditions. So the urban expansion and the air pollution and shortage of public open spaces persist in the cities. And well, since the implementation of the SDGs in 2017, no, 15, sorry, great progress has been achieved. And by today, the number of countries with national and local disaster risk reduction strategies has doubled. So that's a great progress. But however, challenges remain, and in 2022, only half of the world's urban population have access to public transport. So this is another problem of the urbanization. So sustainable development cannot be achieved without significantly transforming the way urban spaces are built and managed. So to achieve the goal 11, all efforts must focus on implementing inclusive, resilient, and sustainable urban development policies and practice that promote access to basic services, affordable housing, efficient transportation, and green spaces for all of us. Also, by committing to sustainability, we choose to build cities in which all citizens have decent quality of life and are part of the city's productive dynamics, which generates shared prosperity and social stability without harming the environment. So next, please. So, well, we have a solution, construction with bamboo. So in 1987, with the publication of the Brundtland Report, the concept of sustainability development appeared for the first time. So we have sustainability development as a problem since 1987. Well, it appeared for the first time and alerting and seeking solutions for the problems arising from industrialization and population growth. And well, as I said, I propose a solution that is construction with bamboo. Well, like wood, bamboo is a natural resource. However, this plant is self-renewable, so that means that it's not necessary to replant it, since each one of its canes is cut, new sprouts emerge. So instead of cut the canes and you need to have a special people to go and replant this. This is not necessary because the plant is so intelligent that it's self-renewable. Another environmental aspects that we can benefit from the use of bamboo from construction are the reduction of soil erosion, carbon fixation, and its low carbon footprint and water regulation of the soil. So, well, also bamboo is a herbaceous plant like the rice, the corn, and the sugar cane. However, after a few years, it can become a hard structure like wood, but it's more flexible and lighter than wood. So, well, why we will use bamboo? Well, in addition to the economic, social, and environmental advantages, this is an excellent construction material because it's very light and it has a great resistance to bending, traction, and compression than wood. And also, well, here in Mexico is so necessary, and the bamboo has a very good seismic resistant behavior, and it costs much more, and the cost is much more affordable than other building materials. So compared to conventional materials, the use of this plant really reduced the production cost. And well, also, around 5 billion people live in an area where bamboo grows wild. So its cultivation and production of raw materials and derivative products will be a key factor in the development of most disadvantaged countries in the coming decades. It's a cost-effective alternative, and in general, it's easier and simple to use and process it. And well, this combined with bamboo, well, bamboo has more than 5,000 uses, and making it a good choice as a construction material. Besides, if we combine all these advantages with sustainable forest management, we achieve the same social aspects as with wood. For example, job creation, rural roots, care of these areas and their cultural traditions. Because, for example, the bamboo in South America and Asia, those countries already have bamboo farms certified by the Forest Stewardship Council. And this guarantees that both the forest and the forest and the companies that form part of the supply chain comply with sustainability standards. So that will be necessary here in Mexico, because if we go to the places where the bamboo grows and you take all the bamboo, it will be so bad for the area, because the bamboo will be in a war. No, the production of bamboo will be worse. And well, next please. There are some examples of the projects in Mexico focus on the use of bamboo in the construction. First, we have a project that are 4 houses of 4 families affected by the earthquake of September in 2017 in San Gregorio in Xochimilco. Those were 4 families that lost their houses, and a group of architects built 4 houses for them with only bamboo and derivatives of the bamboo. The next one is a hotel with a facade with all bamboo, as we can see. I think the image is not very clear, but all the facade of the hotel is made with bamboo. And the next one is a local market that is in La Roma. And it's a local market that you can go and you can buy natural products as shampoos, soaps, and you can go to eat and you can do different things. And the final stage is to make a total area of 18 meters and 20 commercial premises. And the last one is the Amate Camp, that is an ecological retreat center to share spiritual awakening and practice yoga, meditation. Also, it has a temazcal. So it's like for if you want to go out from the city, you can go there. It's in Tepoztlán, Morelos. And well, there's only 4, but actually there's a group of architects that are making more and more projects in Mexico, only with bamboo. And the next one, please. Well, the next one are some institutions in Mexico that are opting for projects focused on the use and the research on bamboo in the construction industry. And there are the Infonavit, that is the National Workers Housing Fund Institute, the CE, that is the Secretary of Economy, the CONACYT, that is the National Council of Science and Technology, the FUMEC, that is the US-Mexico Foundation for Science, the INECOL, that is the Institute of Ecology, AC, and Tecnalia, that is the Center of Research and Technological Development. And well, also, the construction with bamboo is not a new thing. Actually, there are countries as Indonesia, Vietnam, Nepal, Bali, Singapore, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Brazil, and Ecuador that are using the bamboo as a construction material in normal days. For example, in Vietnam and Singapore, it is very common that you go on the street and you see different constructions as decoration of part of the different buildings with only bamboo. And well, I think it's all I have for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very nice, very good work. Congratulations. Let me check if there's some any question. Okay, Jimena says great presentation. Okay, if you can allow me to ask you only one question. How would you visualize a sustainable environment in Mexico when our natural resources are being damaged, are being destroyed? In this situation, how would you visualize the situation in general, not only in using of bamboo or other materials, but in general, according to this scenario? What's your opinion?
Well, I think, first of all, we need to make new policies about the use of different natural materials, that, for example, bamboo, because I think the companies, for example, as Coca-Cola or Nestlé, with the use of water, they are letting us with a few, I forgot how to say gotas. Sorry, with a few gotas of agua, because
drops of water.
Yeah,
drops
yeah, with a few drops of water, because there are no policies about the using of the nature, because the big companies, all that they do is go and deforest all the forests and use without permission the different materials, because I think the government has a lot of problems, and sometimes the companies pay to the government, so they made the vista gorda, and the problem is that it's not controlled, as I said, for example, in South Africa and Asia, that they have different certifications for the companies to use these materials, and the companies are socially compromise with the nature, and take care about the bamboo, the wood, the water, and all different nature materials. And yeah, we need more policies about the use of nature in our country.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good opinion. Thank you. Let's continue with the following presentation. We have here, the topic is called biofuel-powered garbage trucks by Paloma Irales Correa and Paula Nieto Lopez from Antonio Caso campus. Girls, are you there?
Yes, we're here. We'll share the presentation right now.
Are you going to present?
Yes, we'll share it.
Okay.
There you go. It's there. They can share already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Feel free to
please.
share. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Vic.
Thank you.
It isn't letting me share the presentation.
Oh, let me see. Okay, sorry. Convertir en coanfitrión. Paula, right?
Yes, Paula
Paula
Nieto and
Nieto.
Paloma.
Oh, right. That's right. Okay. I think it's already done. Please go
Yeah,
ahead. Let's check if you can share.
Yeah.
Please. Can you share?
Are you seeing the presentation right now?
No, we cannot see it.
No?
Are you sharing it? No, try it again, please.
Okay, yeah. Try again. Just. Oh, or do you have it? Yes, it's not letting us. I don't know.
Yes, Enrique, do you have the presentation? Yes, could you share it, please?
Yeah.
Let me make you co-host. Yeah, again, co-host, it's there. You can share. Yes, Enrique, please. Thank you.
We go. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good evening, teacher and classmates. My fellow student Paula and I have the pleasure to share a proposal for the United Nations project, which is to implement biofuel-powered garbage trucks. The next slide, please. Thanks. To start off, the Sustainable Development Goals represent a collection of 17 global aims established by the United Nations in 2015. These goals address critical issues that affect humanity as a whole, such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and environmental degradation. And their ultimate aim is a more sustainable and equitable future for everyone. Next slide, please. In this project, we're focusing on Goal 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. Goal 11 of the global goals aims to create sustainable, inclusive, and resilient cities and communities, ensuring access to basic services, adequate housing, and green spaces for everybody. In recent times, the infrastructure of garbage disposal in Mexico City has proven to be insufficient. The contamination caused by damaged garbage trucks keeps increasing due to poor management, which keeps Mexico City from achieving this goal properly. Next slide, please. And to continue, I will outline the plan aimed at achieving self-sufficiency in garbage trucks. The first step is waste collection, which involves gathering agricultural residues such as crop leftovers, food waste, or municipal waste from various sources distributed throughout the city. Next is conversion, where we employ processes such as anaerobic digestion for organic waste or thermal conversion for woody biomass to transform the waste into biofuels like biogas or bio-oil. Following that, the subsequent step is refining, which entails purifying the biogas or bio-oil for filtration and distillation to remove impurities and enhance its quality. Finally, we conclude with distribution, which involves delivering the refined biofuel to fueling stations for trucks, providing a renewable and eco-friendly alternative to conventional diesel or gasoline. Thank you. Next slide, please. The benefits of biofuel are plenty. To us, the most important would be that it reduces greenhouse gas emissions and decreases reliance on non-renewable fossil fuels. It also promotes a cleaner and more eco-friendly energy sources. I'm sorry, I think it was, next slide, please. Yes, the next slide. Thanks. Thank you. It also supports waste management, organic waste, and helps mitigate climate change by reducing carbon emissions. It enhances security by diversifying fuel sources. Next slide. Another point to consider is the positive impact of efficient garbage trucks on various aspects of citizens' lives, such as health, productivity, economy, and community well-being. These benefits are evidently clear, as they are associated with reducing gas emissions, improving the infrastructure of the garbage disposal system, and reducing the economic cost of maintaining a 24/7 moving truck fueled only by gasoline. This contributes to the overall improvement of society, as these measures mitigate pollution and promote economic stability. They ultimately foster a healthier, more sustainable society. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why is this proposal important? Investing in renewable fuel for urban waste management is essential to prioritize resource efficiency and sustainability. By converting urban waste into renewable fuel, cities can reduce landfill borders, utilize underutilized resources, and lower greenhouse gas emissions, thus mitigating climate change effects. Additionally to this approach enhances energy security, promotes local economic development, and improves air quality, particularly in densely populated areas such as Mexico City. Overall, investing in renewable fuel technologies for urban waste management not only supports sustainable urban development, but also contributes to a cleaner, healthier environment for present and future generations. Renewable energy sources are key in solving the current climate change crisis. It is important that we start the change today. Next slide, please. Well, it is also important to mention that this project has slowly started to be put into practice in cities such as Seattle, USA, and Toronto, Canada. Then, transitioning to the implementation of the project in Mexico City demands a comprehensive approach. Firstly, conducting a feasibility study is imperative to evaluate the transition's viability. Subsequently, establishing partnerships with biofuel producers or creating new avenues for sustainable supply becomes crucial. Also, infrastructure development for biofuel refilling stations throughout the city is vital as we provide training for drivers and maintenance personnel, coupled with awareness campaigns, ensuring smooth operations. Finally, collaborating with stakeholders is vital for successful implementation and ensuring a sustainable waste management solution. Yes, next slide, please. We invite you to join us in transforming Mexico City's waste management system by supporting the implementation of biofuel-powered garbage trucks. As stakeholders and members of the community, your involvement is crucial in making the sustainable initiative a reality. Let's work together to conduct feasibility studies, establish biofuel production facilities, convert existing vehicles, develop refueling infrastructure, and implement supportive policies. By collaborating with government agencies, private companies, research institutions, and community organizations, we can create a cleaner, greener city for generations to come. Together, we can make a positive impact on our environment and promote a more sustainable future. Join the movement today. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions? And the references.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very good presentation, very important. It's important because it's a topic we have to discover in which ways we could reuse natural and non-natural resources. I don't know if any of you have a question. Let me check. Here we have a question from teacher Mary Kristen. She asks, which machines or transportation is currently using biofuel? Do you have this information?
Yeah, in the cities we mentioned, it's principally in Seattle, USA, and Toronto, Canada. It's starting to be used in garbage trucks. It's almost the same idea that we mentioned. Yeah, they are already implementing this, and they are using the biofuel that comes from all of the waste that the truck recollects, and it is self-powered.
Okay. Also, we have another comment from Jimena Vasquez. She says, great presentation. I think that the government needs to implement the solutions. I guess it's according to the previous presentation, but it's very linked to this one. And also it's something we need to know. Very important, yes, of course. I don't know if you, Teacher Luis, Teacher Mary Kristen, Teacher Ulysses, good afternoon. Any of you have a question for this team? Or shall we continue? No questions? Okay, so let's continue then with the following presentation. The topic is called A Community Project to Install Solar Panels by Sebastián de Bres, Doctor, and Santiago Alvarado Perez from Antonio Caso campus. Are you there, Tim?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, do you want to present or do you want me to present your slides as you wish?
No, I'm going to present.
Okay.
Is disabled the,
okay.
The screen sharing for participants.
Try again. If
Okay.
You can,
Who's the one in charge of this? Who wants to share? It's
Me,
Santiago or
Santiago.
Sebastián? Oh, Santiago. Okay, don't worry. It's done. Go ahead, please, Santiago. You're free to share your screen.
Thanks.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so we are presenting a community project to install solar panels. And next slide, please. And the United Nations has the intention to help the world become sustainable by 2030 with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This agenda is hoped to be accomplished with a 17-point list of goals called Sustainable Development Goals, which have as main objectives to reduce poverty, improve education, generate an economic growth, and tackle the global warming issues in order to preserve our nature. To help accomplish these goals, we decided to pick one of them and make a project along the lines of it.
So our proposal advocates for the installation of solar panels in the most houses that receives constant sunlight. So we are planning to put these solar panels in the roofs and they will create the energy to sustain the whole homes.
This is based on goal number 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. How does solar panel work? Solar panels work by converting sunlight into electrical energy. There are two main types of solar energy technologies. One is photovoltaics, also called PV, and concentrating solar thermal power, CSP. I'm going to explain the most common type, which is PV. PV panels are confirmed by the small cells, which contain a positive and a negative layer. These layers create a magnetic field. When sunlight passes through this magnetic field, photons are trapped inside and then converted to energy. Just one PV cell typically produces about 1 or 2 watts. To boost the power output, they are connected in chains to form larger units known as panels. Panels can be used individually or several can be connected to form arrays.
The adversities of solar energy. The main one is even though solar panels can fully replace gas boilers, they will not have a complete substitute. Also, that the transition to renewable energies could be too slow. Moreover, the production of solar technology has its environmental downsides, as the mining of materials and manufacturing of solar panel creates a considerable amount of greenhouse gas. However, solar panels pay for themselves in terms of greenhouse gas emissions within 1 to 4 years of use. So while certainly still a downside, much of the issue can be mitigated. On the other hand, solar panels are sunlight dependent. This can pose a problem for consumer in areas with less than ideal levels of sun exposure, such as Mexico City, where we have between, I don't know, June and October, we have like a high probability that it will be cloudy the most of the day. Even so, a solution to this issue could be the use of batteries to store excess of energy, and even under constant clouds, the best solar panels will still remain cost energy efficient enough.
Benefits. The first benefit is that is a renewable energy source. It has the potential to help us minimize our fossil fuels emissions and the impact we have on the environment because they don't produce any byproduct that harms the atmosphere. The next benefit is that it reduces the electric bill. Solar energy can help most consumers power their homes as an alternative or supplement to purchasing electricity from a grid. With power prices on the rise, consumers stand to save a considerable amount on monthly power bills by switching to solar. While the startup costs for a solar system represent a significant expense, the costs are usually mitigated by savings on the electric bill within 2 to 3 years, and then they start reaping the benefits before the system even needs a replacement or considerable maintenance. The next is that even though the electricity prices have been on the rise, solar power can help lower the bills even more with net metering. This is this is to recollect the extra energy and sell it back to the utility company to turn rising prices to advantage. Technology is improving and prices are decreasing. Technology has improved tremendously since the early days of solar power, and advancements continue to be made every day. Better yet, despite this advancements, solar ubiquity appears to have driven its costs down, making solar more accessible to more consumers. Conclusions. Uh, to sum up, panels are a great option to reduce our impact on the world and reduce the money we spend on energy. And even though they have some disadvantages, they can be surpassed by the benefits they provide.
Also, climate change is no longer avoidable. If we want the world to change, we first need to believe change is possible, and we have an abundance of evidence that it is such as the one we have just presented. So, as technology gets better and cheaper, climate change has become a key issue for the world. But we need to take action today, and that despite power of industries doing everything to delay it, society is changing, and together we could create a better world.
Okay, thank you very much. This is another very important and interesting topic. I'm realizing, and then that's a very good news, that as young people, you are more interested in knowing and trying to find solutions to help our planet to find new ways to use energy to renew different materials, and this is very important for our future young people. Thank you very much, all of teams. Thank you very much. Teacher Luis, Teacher Mary Christine, any other teachers or classmates, do you want to participate? Is there a question? We have a question from Teacher Mary Christine. How expensive is it to install solar panels at home? Do you know how expensive is it?
If I remember, an average consumer has to pay around 22,000 and 80,000 pesos on a complete solar setup for a home.
And the price varies on the size of the installation and also the capacities of the solar panels used.
Okay. So by now it's very difficult to get together this amount of money for many people, but I guess as soon as more equipment, more different ways to obtain these materials, prices could be lower. I hope so. It happens with different materials, okay? So I have another question from teacher Ulises. It says, in your opinion, will the population live by only using solar energy? What's your opinion?
Most can do it, but in some cases, like and the poles that where there's sun only half of the year, it cannot be used to replace fully.
In my opinion, I agree with my partner. It's impossible to only use solar energy. We need another types of renewable sources, but the one that is the cheapest and the most useful for the most of the countries is solar energy. Obviously, we need like to make the transition, but we can cut off all the factories that produces pollution.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from teacher Luis. What do you think has stopped the widespread of solar panels?
And the price, because it can be very high.
Mainly the price, yes. It's very difficult, as I said before. And another question is, why did you choose this alternative source of energy rather than any other, which may be more accessible?
We chose it because it can, well, most homes get sun on the roof most day, and it could be take advantage with the solar panels.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question? Yes, Santiago?
I want to add that we choose it because it's the one we found that is a little more accessible for any type of person. Obviously, the price is still very high, but as soon as the technology gets better and cheaper, I believe that the prices will decrease.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, congratulations, team, and the rest of the teams. Congratulations to you and your teachers, assessors, and counselors. Congratulations. Before starting this panel, I'd like to remind you that please don't forget to complete the online questionnaire to get the access to you. You have to fulfill it to get your access to this panel. And I'd like to remind you that your diplomas are being prepared and they will be sent to your emails. Okay, don't forget this, please, teachers and classmates, please don't forget it. And before finishing this panel, I'd like to congratulate you once again. Teacher Luis, I don't know if you have any other comment before finishing this panel?
No, just thank you very much, Enrique. Just to thank our students or students who have presented these interesting topics for having dedicated their time to prepare these kind of presentations, which for most of them or some of them, it would be the first time they participate in an event as speakers. And this is going to be just for them like the first step for the rest of their academic career. So it's important that they remember this as the first step of the rest of their academic life. Okay, thank you very much, Enrique. Thank you. That would be it for me. And well, just thank you very much for that. So, okay. Well, so then next is Ulises. Oh, thank you also for you, Enrique. Thank you for having moderated this panel. Okay, Ulises, thank you. Ulises, your time and your moment. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here with you with these presentations and this conference that are very important for our students to work and to practice this kind of speech. That is very important for students to practice and to start thinking about how to create a conference, how to program, how to organize their conference, and how to give in time. So we will start. Let me check if Elena, Sol, Mariela, Campos, Salvador from Preparatoria 6 are here.
Yes, hello, we're here.
Okay, thank you. So It's a very important, interesting topic they are presenting. Do you want me to present your slides, or are you presenting them?
I think my partner is going to present
Okay.
it, but I don't know if she's in here.
Okay, don't worry. Is Elena Sol Rosas?
Yeah, it's her.
Okay. She hasn't arrived yet. So meanwhile, let me send your, let me check if I have it here. Yes, I have it here. Wait a second. Well, meanwhile, your classmate arrived. Let me introduce the presentation. Well, the next presentation is Cleaning Xochimilco's Laclustres area, right? By Campos, Salvador, Mariela, and Sol Rosas Elena from Preparatoria 6. Assessor is Professor Mary Christine García, and Julieta Ruth Salazar Contreras. Sorry about presentation because I have to move different tools and panels, and let me check if it's already here. So, well, let me congratulate you for your Xochimilco's proposal. I think this is very important. So if you want to start, Sol and Campos, go ahead. The microphone is yours.
Do you know if my partner arrived?
Yes.
Yeah, she's here.
She's
Yeah,
here.
she's here. She's arrived. So who's gonna start?
Yes, please. Who's going to start?
Take your time, but.
Okay, I think my partner is having problems. I am going to start.
Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Campos Salvador Marila, and I am going to talk about Xochimilco's lacustrine areas, implementing a project called the CBIM project. And thank you for being here. And can you go through the next slide, please? Yeah. The UN's 17 goals for sustainable development. Our proposal focuses on the 6th goal of this agenda. Ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitization for all. We aim to implement our idea within the lacustrine areas of Xochimilco located in Mexico City. Can you go through the next slide, please? So Mexico's current water situation. Mexico City has experienced high pollution levels concerning its waterways and surroundings. The expansion of urban sprawl stands out as primary contributor to contamination, amongst others. Yeah. The next slide, please. So we go to the question of, if trash cans work inshore, why not underwater? The concept of using floating trash bins, like the CBIM project, acknowledges the need for waste management solutions tailored to aquatic environments. While traditional land-based trash cans are effective for managing waste on solid grounds, they are not suitable for capturing debris that accumulates in bodies of water such as harbors, marinas, and coastal areas. Here's why floating trash bins are necessary for water environments. The first one, floating debris. Much of the trash in water bodies consists of floating debris, including plastic bottles, bags, rubbers, and other lightweight items. These items are often carried by currents and wind, making them difficult to capture using traditional land-based methods. The second one, Prevent pollution. Floating trash bins like sieving are strategically placed to intercept debris before it can disperse further into the water or reach sensitive marine habitats. By capturing litter at the surface, these devices help prevent pollution and protect aquatic ecosystems. The third one, constant collection. Unlike land-based trash cans, can require the manual emptying by sanitization.
Okay, hold on, because we cannot see the presentation. The presentation disappeared. We were looking at it, but in this slide we lost it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if Sol can, both speakers have the authorization to be co-host, so any of them may do it. So I don't know if Ulises had any Sol's. Yeah, but the only problem is that I think there's a problem with Sol's microphone, because we have already sent a request for activate it, but she hasn't replied. So probably the problem is from her.
Yes,
So,
and she's having problems to activate the microphone.
Okay. Yeah.
And
The presentation.
the presentation disappeared. So
Okay.
let's see.
Who was sharing it? Oh, it was Ulises who was sharing it. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. No problem. It's okay. That works.
Yeah, don't worry. Okay. The third one, constant collection. Unlike land-based trash cans that require manual emptying by sanitization workers, floating trash bins are equipped with automated systems that continuously collect debris. This constant collection helps keep waterways clean and reduces the risk of pollution. Targeted location is the fourth one. Floating trash bins are typically installed in areas with high human activity, such as marinas, harbors, and ports, where marine litters tend to accumulate. By targeting these locations, sieving and similar devices can effectively address localized pollution hotspots. So overall, floating trash bins provide a targeted and proactive approach to managing marine litter, complementing traditional waste management efforts on land. They represent an innovative solution to the unique challenges posed by waterborne pollution and contribute to the conservation of marine environments. So, the sievings, what are they and their physics? The sieving is an innovative project aimed at combating marine pollution, particularly plastic pollution, as I mentioned, in harbors, marinas, and other bodies of water. The sieving device is essentially a floating rubbish bin that is designed to be installed in the water at marinas, docks, yachts, clubs, and similar locations. The sieving works by continuously skimming the surface of water, collecting floating debris such as plastic bottles, bags, and other waste. It uses a combination of a pump and a filtration system to draw in water and trap the waste inside a removable catch bag, while allowing clean water to flow back into the environment. The project was developed by Australian surfers Andrew Thornton and Pete Seglinski, who were inspired to create a simple and effective solution to address the growing problem of marine litter. Sieving has gained significant attention and support from environmental organizations, local authorities, and the general public around the world as a promising tool in the fight against ocean pollution. The next slide, please. So, how can we implement this project in Xochimilco's lacustrine areas? Implementing a project like sieving in Xochimilco's lacustrine areas could be a valuable initiative to help address pollution challenges in this unique ecosystem. So the steps to consider for implementing the project are the next ones. The first one, assessment and planning. Conduct a thorough assessment of the current pollution levels and the types of debris present in Xochimilco's waterways. Identify high traffic areas, pollution hotspots, and locations where sieving devices would be the most effective. The second one, stakeholder engagement. Engage with local authorities, environmental organizations, community groups, and residents to gain support for the project. Raise awareness about the importance of marine conservation and the role of sieving in protecting Xochimilco's ecosystem. The third one, site selection. Determine suitable locations for installing sieving devices based on factors such as water flow, accessibility, and proximity to areas of concern. Prioritize areas with high tourist activity, boat traffic or non-pollution sources. The fourth one, installation and maintenance. Install sieving devices in selected locations, ensuring they are securely anchored and properly positioned to capture floating debris. Train local staff or volunteers to operate at marina and maintain the sieving units, including emptying the collection bags and performing routine maintenance tasks. The fifth one, monitoring and evaluation. This is so important. Establish a monitoring program to track the performance of the sieving devices and measure their effectiveness in reducing pollution. Collect data on the types and quantities of debris collected, as well as any changes in water quality and ecosystem health over time. The sixth one, community involvement. Encourage community involvement through volunteer cleanup efforts, educational programs, and public awareness campaigns. Foster a sense of ownership and responsibility among local residents and businesses for keeping Xochimilco's waterways clean and healthy. The seventh one, expansion and scaling. Evaluate the success of the project and consider opportunities for expanding the deployment of sieving devices to additional areas within Xochimilco or other lacustrine areas. Seek funding and partnerships to support the ongoing operation of the expansion of the project. By following these steps and engaging with the stakeholders at various levels, implementing the sieving project in Xochimilco's lacustrine areas can help mitigate pollution, preserve biodiversity, and promote sustainable management of this culturally and ecologically significant landscape.
Okay, do we pass the slide, or are you in the same slide? Because
please pass the slide.
We couldn't
hear
see
me now,
any
right?
of the points there that you mentioned. Okay, so well, it was in blank, but okay, go on. Sorry for the interruption.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank God. Please go to the next slide. So, although the sievings may help us greatly to clean Xochimilco Lake, it is not an end solution. Just as the founder of the actual sieving said, we are not telling you that the sieving is going to solve all our water pollution problems. It's just going to clean up some of the mess we put in it. Right now, it is of incredible importance to handle the education of the current generations as well as the upcoming ones regarding recycling and good waste management, plans in order to stop this problem from growing even more than it is now. Since Xochimilco is a very important place, not just for our culture, but for foreigners who visit us, it is important that as locals, we learn to take care of this very amazing place. Next slide, please. So thanks for everyone's attention. If anyone has any questions, you may ask them. And inside of my late entry, I may be able to answer them. So could these waste bins collect the huge amounts of sargasso as well? So when it comes to Xochimilco Lake, that is the place where we want to implement it, rather than sargasso, it may help with the plague of water hyacinth. which a lot of us know it as the Lirio aquatico, which in fact is an invasive species in Xochimilco and has really degraded the original ecosystem of Xochimilco. However, if sea beams are to be implemented on the sea, it does help with sargasso as it has several nets in order to catch not just sargasso, but also smaller things like microplastics.
Your microphone is deactivated, Ulises. You need to activate it. Sorry about that.
Sorry, thank you. Very clear and concise presentation. So congratulations, Sol and Maria, Sol and Mariela, sorry.
Mariela, yes.
So very clear and concise presentation, very interesting proposal, the cleaning and how to use it in Xochimilco's lake. There are several situations, probably a question, and let me remind our audience that you could address any questions in the chat. So please let us know if you have any questions. But here, I have, we have different questions. The first question, well, you have already answered. Thank you for that. And the second question is, what about the animals? Can animals be trapped in this activity of this proposal? What is your opinion? What do you think if animals can be trapped?
So the sieving is made it's made for floating in the surface of the water. Most animals don't really like staying there unless they are insects such as mosquitoes and other smaller insects that most of the time may be able to fly away to safety. In cases like fish or in case of Xochimilco, axolotls, they prefer to stay in the deep ends of the water in which the sea beam does not interact with them. This way, it is really hard for any animal to get stuck inside the sea beam.
Okay, and what about birds? Birds could be trapped in this system?
I really don't think so, as this system, for example, is quite different from hydroelectric plants and such that also have these kinds of concerns in the way that it's really passive. And what it does is mainly just make a vortex for the water to come in, and then it lets it out quite freely, let's say. Therefore, if a bird gets actually stuck in it, unless it is unable to fly away, as if just like if it's caught up on some trash or other things, it usually has maintenance, as they are not this absolutely huge trash cans. They need maintenance. So whenever the certain people may go to collect the trash for it to be recycled or otherwise processed, they will be able to help the animals.
Thank you. Mariela, would you like to add something?
I think this proposal is very interesting because it comes from, it origins in Australia, that is really different from Mexico, and address a different ecosystem. But at the same time, we can address in lacustrine areas because it's practical and it's a simple way of solve this problem.
Thank you. We have We have well, here we have comments and congratulations. One congratulation from Professor Erika, and Professor Mary Christine is saying that that the proposal is very interesting and probably very applicable in our situation here in Xochimilco. We have we have time for two more questions for you, and we have another question that is from Professor Luis, that it says, what led you to choose this topic and do the corresponding research?
Okay, for me, it was like finding this solution when Sol sent me a video in YouTube from sievings applied in the ocean with their correct functions, and I think it was a very interesting way of seeing debris collected, because as it was said, it's on the surface, not in the ocean. So I think it's practical for all marina areas to solve this pollution problem. That's why I think it was interesting to address it in Xochimilco's lacustrine areas.
Well, in my case, the why I sent my partner the video is that ever since, I'm not sure, I was a kid, I've had an interest in Xochimilco, and ever since I was a kid, I always saw it a bit full of trash, and I've been interested in trash collection, not just in Xochimilco, but also, for example, on our high school. How we manage all the waste we make is something that deeply interests me. So, in order to mix several ideas together, I thought, okay, this project of the sievings works in the sea, and what it needs is moving water. Xochimilco also has moving water, so why shouldn't it work?
Sorry about my connection. I have a situation with my connection. Thank you for your participation. And there is another question regarding the applicability in other contexts. Probably you have already answered. You were talking about probably a lake. Would you think that this system would work in a lake? Probably is because you were mentioning that is for mainly for moving water. I don't know, what about lakes? What do you think?
Yes, I can. So it would need several changes in the design of the sieving in order for it to float properly, as well as respond properly to the waves created inside the lake, as it's not that common for lakes to be absolutely still all the time. So as long as there are waves or small fluctuations on the water, the sieving can be adapted to work on several bodies of water.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your participation, Sol and Mariela. Very clear, very concise, and very important. And this is my question for you. How do you feel doing this conference? Did you have the time to organize? How was it to prepare? Was it difficult? Tell us quickly just about your experience. Sol and
First of all,
yes, Mariela.
yeah. First of all, I felt a little nervous during the process, but I think that me and my partner were like really communicated during the process, and the companion of our teacher, teacher Mary Kristen, was a really important was really important for presenting this result, and I am very, very grateful for that, for all the companionship that she gave us.
Thank you,
I
María.
totally agree with that. Like just right now with my mic problems, I really thank our teacher for helping me, since I was really freaking out about it. So I really thank the teacher as well as my partner for handling the situation well. So, and besides that, I think that even though we didn't have as much time to organize ourselves as we could have wanted or we could have needed, I think the presentation came out well enough. So I'm actually quite happy about that, since I really wanted to do a good job for this forum.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here, Mariela and Sol. Congratulations again. And well, we have to continue for the next presentations. And let me remind the participants and the audience here that your constancias will be sent by mail. So don't worry, your constancias will be sent by mail. And again, there are there are different congratulations on the chat. So again, thank you. Let's continue with the next presentation in this first forum of estudiantes, primer foro de estudiantes de inglés avanzado. And let me remind that the audience, you could address any question in the chat. So please, you could start it messaging the different questions on the chat. And another thing, if you have any situation with the problems or any characteristics, we will beg you not to interrupt the participants. Please send us a message and we can quickly answer it. Well, let me check if Ana Paula Rivero Sanchez and Isabela Barrera Garcia are here in the chat.
Yes, we're both here.
Yes, are you presenting right your slides, because I don't have it?
Yes, I'll present it.
Could you start presenting them?
Yes.
Meanwhile, let me introduce the team. We have Ana Paula Rivero Sanchez and Isabel Barrera Garcia. They are from Preparatoria number 6, and they are presenting rainwater harvesting towards sustainability. You may present. Who is presenting, Isabella?
Yes, I'm sorry. Here it is.
Okay, don't worry,
I
don't
hope
worry.
that you can see it.
We know that this technology have different situations, so take your time.
Okay. Yes.
I'm Ana Paula Rivero Sanchez, and me and Isabela Barrera Garcia, we're from ENP5 Antonio Caso. Our assessors are Mary Kristen Gracia and J. Ruth Salazar, and we'll be talking about rainwater harvesting, which we believe is the next step towards sustainability. So, what is rainwater harvesting? Rainwater harvesting is the collection and storage of rainwater. We try to use this system to give a better use to the rainwater that flows down the gutters and into the drain by collecting it through the roof and using it for home and garden activities. I'll be talking to you about the advantages. This system allows people to have a water source in their own homes. So this makes it less dependent. This makes them less dependent to people towards having, because they have now a water supply. So they don't have to be as dependent to water supply companies. And this way we avoid possible supply disruptions. Because this is another water source, this alleviates the strain on conventional water sources. Finally, the system is a renewable and sustainable water source. This is more efficient because we learn how to manage our natural resources a lot better. So how does this system work? All of this begins with the roof. This works best when the roof is made of a certain metal, but it isn't restricted only to this material. The rain falls on the roof and the runoff leads the water into a gutter. The gutter needs to be wide enough in case of strong rain so it doesn't overflow easily. The gutter leads the water flow into a piping system, which leads it to a filter that can get rid of mosquitoes and leaves. Then this is stored and we can use it for garden watering, toilet flushing, car washing, and clothes washing. In case of there being too much water, there needs to be a system that can get rid of the overflow. Why is water harvesting a solution to water scarcity? And in this picture, we have a cistern that belongs to a program here in Mexico City that it's called Cosecha de Lluvia. This is targeted towards a vulnerable population. This helps a lot because it gives more options to the population, and it's great for limited infrastructure. This promotes resilience against droughts and erratic precipitation patterns, and can also enhance local water security and community self-sufficiency.
So I know that a lot of you are wondering, how can we implement it in our high school? Well, what we first thought of this is that, how Ana Paula already said, is that rainwater harvesting is a solution for water scarcity. And in general, the ENP here in Mexico, there are really big schools in which a lot of people need a lot of water. So we thought, oh, why not do we implement it here in high school? And what we first thought of, as how Ana Paula already explained how the system works, what we will do here in high school is the rooftops of different buildings, such as the library, maybe the arts department, or the computer labs, and all of that, can be used as the catchment areas for rainwater runoff. Then, in these water runoff areas, we will install gutters and pipes that will direct the collected rainwater into storage tanks or reservoirs. These reservoirs will be the cisterns that we already have at the school. So, like, whether we can install new ones for more water, or we can reuse the ones that we already have, because the main purpose of this is not that we install like new and expensive materials. Instead, that we already use what we already have and just think where the water comes from. And the integrations of the cisterns into the school infrastructure, it's basically just changing, instead of the water that comes from the Guatemala, that, well, most of the water that we use comes from, we will use it from the rainwater. So like half the years, so maybe like the summer and part of autumn, the water will come from the rain and not from a source that's already really limited. And like, yes, I know that you are also wondering, can we use the water that we harvest? Like us humans, can we use it? And the short answer is yes. If we properly disinfect that water, we can use it for our daily routines, how Ana already said. We can use it to wash the clothes, to maybe clean our cars, water our plants. And however, we need to assure that that we clean this water with disinfectants and procedures that are basically really safe, because we need to monitor that the water that we have is within safe limits, because in the end, it's water that comes from a source that we cannot 100% assure that it's safe. But with the regular testing and maintenance of the disinfection system, we can guarantee the ongoing safety of our water supply. And well, chemistry, we can use chemistry for the mitigation of diseases and carrying vectors. So when the water that comes from the rain, we know that it can have bacteria or maybe some animals that can be a harm to our safety. But we can use disinfectants such as chlorine or ozone. Here you can see that it's a sodium, chlorine. Well, here are the elements sodium, chlorine, and oxygen That's the chemical formula for sodium hypochlorite that we commonly know as bleach. And the bleach is effective against a wide range of pathogens. And I know you may be thinking, why, Isabella, but if we drink Clorox, we may die. But the percentage of Clorox that we will use here in our cistern is minimum. We will only use 0.75 liters of 5 to 6% household bleach per 100 gallons of water. That's about 380 liters of water in the cistern. And the maintenance staff can effectively handle the simple procedure because you only need some gloves and some glasses to ensure that it doesn't come in contact within your skin. Because in the end, like if you're not drinking the bleach, it won't happen like anything to you. Well, after explaining how this works and how this can function in our school and how we can use it, we got to the conclusion that harvest water contributes to the resilience against climate variability and environmental stress. In other words, we understand that by harvesting water, we can get, a new form of we can get a new access to water instead of like everyone fighting for the water. Because in the end, in places such as Mexico, the water is a privilege. There are some places in Mexico City in which they don't have access to water. But if us as a community here at prep school number 6, or maybe in your house, we start harvesting water, now we know that the strain won't be touched as much. Now everyone can choose how much water they use, and they will be aware that if they use like the water that they already harvest, and they will have no much water. So instead of water being a privilege, it will be something that you need to acknowledge how you use it and how you use it. And in the end, sustainability is promoted through the use of naturally replenished water, because now it will help your economy, but you don't have to pay maybe such a high tax of water. It would also help like the people that surround you by maybe helping your neighbors with their cars, or maybe giving some of your excess water to your friends and family instead of everyone fighting for water. Because if we think that in the end we are fighting for water, well, the water access won't be easier. Instead, water will become much of a higher privilege. And what we think with the goal number 6 of the UN, that is to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, we need to make sure that everyone has access to water. So in the end, if we really want to have water, we need to make sure that we take it from places that we got them, and not really, maybe monopolizing the water that we already have, because water isn't like a product that we need to take advantage of. We need to distribute it with equality. So thank you very much for all of your attention. And if you have any questions, I hope that we can answer them all.
Thank you and congratulations, dear Ana Paula Rivero Sánchez and Isabela Barrera García from Preparatoria número 6. Congratulations again. Very clear and concise proposal. In these times of scarcity of water, I think this proposal would be very important to be applicable in different areas in mainly in Mexico, right? In Mexico City, in the different area. Well, let me remind the audience that if you have any questions, you could type it on the chat. Thank you. We have different questions and also congratulations. The first question is, what about the water that you're harvesting? Probably, let me ask you directly the question. Is the water harvested, the harvested water drinkable? If not, why?
So I can answer this question, but the water that we harvest, at least here in Mexico City, in Mexico in general, it's not drinkable, because our atmosphere is really contaminated, and it would have to be such a much difficult procedure to clean the water, and it also does require of different chemicals that they aren't so accessible for everyone, and can only be you can only get them at special places. And also the fact that we do have bleach in the water, and even if it's not it won't kill you, in the end you can't drink the bleach, because it will it would be a danger to yourself.
Thank you. We have different congratulations. We have Professor Erika García. Congratulate you, ladies. Very good presentation. And we have other question from Sol Rosas. For how long can the harvested water be stored?
Well, it doesn't have a specific time that it can be stored. It depends a lot on the place. It depends a lot on the environment, how humid it is, how many animals there are, just like the basic environment. For example, if you're in a place that's very bright, one of the characteristics of the tank needs to be light proof because you don't want any algae growing inside of it. You can also consider the amount of mosquitoes or the season that we're in. The storage, the time storage depends a lot on certain circumstances.
Thank you. Isabella, anything to add?
Well, yes, it's mainly what Ana Paula already said, but as well is that the main purpose is that the water like isn't made to be stored. It's made to be in our daily use. But if you want like to have like a higher range of water, like durability, in the end, it does depend of how much maintenance you give to your cistern. Because in the end, if you like just leave the water like stored and you never like clean it, you never make sure that your filter is working properly, the water won't last like a week. Because in the end, it's if you leave like a pot of water outside in the daylight, it's obviously that some like animals would get there and it will be polluted. But if you make sure that you're cleaning it, that there aren't animals there, well, the durability of your water will be higher.
Thank you. We have any other question here? Let me ask you, well, there is a question here. First, this is my personal opinion. I have heard that when you're harvesting water, well, the first, like in the seasonal time, well, in the rainy time, you have probably not using the first water from the first rain. You have like to waste it, to let it out, and from the next from the next rain days, well, you can use it because probably the environment, well, it is like very heavy with the first rain of the season. Well, that's what I heard. And we have the question here. Have you heard that this system of harvesting water have been using in Mexico City? Yes, no, how is it like, for how long? And the other question is, well, first you answer this question.
Are you talking about the cosecha de lluvia that Ana Paula talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is a really new system. It's been around for like 2 to 3 years. And well, it was implemented by the districts of Iztapalapa, some parts of Tlalpan, and I think Coyoacán was trying to implement it, but it has some restrictions due to the different parties of the government. But its main purpose was like really acknowledging that a lot of places here in Mexico City don't have like a water source that's definite. For example, here in my house for a long time, water was like coming and going, and I'm from Tlalpan, and it's a problem that I know that a lot of the people that live around me have. So it was something that we were adding because it's quite personal to us, because we know that water scarcity is something that we can face in our daily life. And the implementation of it was to the government to maybe acknowledge that, yes, we don't have enough water in the city, but we can have another way for it to get this water. And even if, like how you said that in the first rain, maybe this water isn't like completely usable, in the end, this water can be used, maybe not to clean your clothes or maybe things like that, but in the end, you can perfectly water your plants because it's the water that you already gave your plants, and it's that, the plants will be already receiving. And in the end, I'm not quite sure I'm answering your question, sorry.
No, very good, very clear. Yes, thank you.
But, okay.
No, yeah, continue if you want to.
I'm sorry, but in the end, the purpose
to like look for other supplies of water and to maybe realize that it's not like the definite answer, because the definite answer, we stop monopolizing the water that we already have, and to stop like the discriminatory on the communities of water. But we need to first like attack like these little problems, because we cannot attack the big problem at the start, because we need to go little by little, because there are bigger problems that we know that they're harder to answer. But if we ignore the poor communities, then those communities won't have water in any moment. And we need to start like maybe with having a even playing field in the water like supply, and then acknowledging like where the water comes from, or maybe like the bigger corporations such as Coca-Cola, Bonafont, that they are the ones that in the end they are like straining the water from our country, and we need to like end in closing those types of companies, or maybe looking for another answer.
Thank you. Very clear and very concise opinion and argument. Congratulations, both Isabella and Ana Paula. We have more congratulations here from Professor Mary Kristen. Excellent presentation and proposal to save water. Congratulations, Isabella and Ana. We have Professor Luis Gustavo. Definitely, we need these ideas to implement urgently. Congrats to all staff and speakers and counselors. And I'm joined to this congratulations, speakers and counselors. Very, very nice presentation and clear. We're running out of time for your presentation, but I have one more question. This is my question. Is the system cheap to install it, or is it expensive? What do you know, Isabella and Ana Paula? Is it cheap or expensive to install it?
Well, I think Ana Paula wanted to talk, but I can start answering the question. It's honestly really cheap. For example, you don't really need this kind of supply. Like this is the ideal standard. But for example, in my house, what my dad does is just like putting like maybe buckets at like when it's raining and just harvesting this water for different things. You don't really need to like a big deal of having the gutters and all of that. So just to like maximize how much water you get. But in the end, everyone can do.
Thank you, Isabella and Ana Paula. Well, we're finishing. Let me remind you that your constancias will be sent by mail. And let me remind the audience that the final registro de asistencia will be posted 15 minutes before finishing, 15 minutes before finishing. We need to continue and remind the audience that if you have any questions regarding our speakers, well, you could type it on the chat. Well, our next presenters, the speakers of today is Rodrigo Rodríguez Díaz and Francisco Garza López from Preparatoria 5 José Vasconcelos. They are presenting Now or Never. Let me ask you, Rodrigo and Francisco, are you ready?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm ready, but I don't know about my partner. He's having like connection trouble, but I don't know if I can do it by my own, like as you said.
Yes, Professor Gustavo, are you going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there's a person trying to enter but having troubles in staying here. The only question I have is who's presenting this talk? Is it you? I mean,
Oh yeah, I am.
All right. So I'm gonna make you co-host, yeah, so
Yeah.
you can share your presentation and hopefully have the presence or the connection of your partner as soon as it is possible for him to do so. All right? Okay,
Yeah,
so go
let's
ahead.
hope
We're ready. Thank you, Ulises. Thank you.
Thank you. When meanwhile,
can you see the presentation?
We're starting, yes. Now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, let's get started. And Now or Never, it's like my title, and I decided to call it this because if we don't like do something about it right now, there won't be like any other chance. So, climate change, it's trouble that has boring humankind since decades ago, but in the actual time, let's say scientists already know that we do need to do something about it because it's getting like too dangerous. So Why did we chose this topic? In here, there are like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them, and we chose well, climate change, because all of these are very important. But if we don't do anything about global warming, there won't be like a war to save at all. There won't be a war to solve poverty or hunger or any other issue. So that's why we picked this topic. So, introduction. Well, the interconnectedness of climate change with various aspects of human life underscores the importance of taking decisive action and transitioning to renewable energy sources, improving energy efficiency, and well, these are our objectives in this presentation. So, what causes global warming? So, climate change is primarily fueled by human activities, such as burning fossil fuels for energy and deforestation. And these activities release greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, trapping heat and causing global temperatures to rise. So, how can we solve or promote a more sustainable practice? Well, mitigation efforts involve promoting sustainable practices across various sectors. The major producers of greenhouse gases are like these big brands, let's say Coca-Cola, or for example, there's like this hate against Taylor Swift, a famous singer, because she uses her private jet like a lot, and that produces many greenhouse gases. But we as individuals can do something about it, and if everyone joins this cause, well, you can improve the world. So, what does climate change causes? First of all, the sea level rise. This sea level rise causes that, let's say, all the cities with beaches and sea, well, this will increase, and then, well, let's say we want to go to Acapulco. Well, we won't be able to do that anymore if the sea level rise. Then extreme weather events. There are like records of, let's say, tsunamis, earthquakes, etc. Stuff that happens, but the climate change will only enhance these events. And loss of biodiversity. All the species in the world will start losing their habitats and their homes if we don't stop climate change. And of course, threats to food and water security, and that affect us like directly. So if we don't have any food or any water left to consume, so what should we do, or what can we do? First of all, reuse. Reuse means using an item more than once, either for its original purpose or for a different purpose, instead of throwing it away after a single use. Then, recycle. Recycling is the process of converting waste materials into new materials and objects, and it involves collecting, sorting, processing, and remanufacturing items. And reduce. Reduce, it's minimizing the amount of waste generated in the first place by using less, choosing products with less packing. These are known as the 3 Rs in order to help improve our, well, climate change problem. And now, how do we recycle? Well, there are like, this is a list of possible ways in which you can recycle. I'm gonna read a few. Know your local recycling guidelines and what materials are accepted. Separate the recyclables such as paper, cardboard, plastic bottles, glass, and metal cans from regular trash. Rinse out food containers before recycling to prevent contamination. Avoid putting non-recyclable items in recycling bins to prevent contamination. And buy products made of recyclable metals to support the recycling market and the recycling cycle. As in here, we have two concerns, that it's air pollution and water pollution. Air pollution is the presence of harmful or excessive quantities of substance in the air we breathe. And water pollution occurs when harmful substance contaminate bodies of water, such as river, lakes, ocean, and groundwater. There's a very famous movie, I can't recall the name, in which some brand shows this toxic stuff into the ocean, and well, all the animals and all the fishes inside the ocean, well, they're dead, and the community around this sea gets affected, and they like try to sue this brand, but of course they're like corporate, they have like lawyers and stuff, but it's pretty interesting because, well, in the end they sort of win the suit. So here we are, renewable energies. These are sort of energies that can help us fulfill our needs and also help the planet. So solar energy. Solar energy is probably one of the most famous ones. What you do with solar energy is you recollect the energy from the sun with solar panels. So in here we have an image of the solar energy. These panels are kind of expensive. Like a kit of two, it's around like 20 grand maybe. But they have been proposed to put these solar panels in deserts, for example. Like there's like a lot of space in there, so it could work. But there are also like concerns because of the sand and the fact that it's quite tough to carry all these solar panels to the desert, but it could work. Now, hydroelectric power. Hydroelectric power is electricity generated from floating water, and it's one of the oldest and mostly widely used renewable energy sources. And it's this one right here. Then geothermal energy. Geothermal energy is heat derived from the Earth's internal heat, and it's a renewable energy source that harnesses heat from the Earth. And oh, my bad, it's not here. And wind power. Wind power is a renewable energy sources that harness the kinetic energy of wind to generate electricity. So in here, the wind makes these things go and turn, and that will provide energy. Well, that's all. Thanks for your support. Thanks for being here. Thanks to my teacher, Laura Moreno, that helped me with this presentation about climate change. And of course, my English teacher, Ana Laima, that as well helped me.
Thank you for your presentation. Rodrigo Rodriguez Diaz and, well, Francisco Garza Lopez, probably he couldn't be with us. First of all, congratulations, Rodrigo, very clear, very concise proposal. We have different questions. The first question I have for you to ask is, what would happen if right now people do not, if people are not taking care of the climate change, if the people here in general, the government, schools, what would happen?
Well, that's gonna be like a really messed up situation, but let's say it happens. Right now, for example, in Antarctica, some studies discovered that there's a region that even if we manage to stop global warming, like right now, let's say no more global warming, the consequences will last like decades. So there's like no return point. And now let's say we don't do anything about it and we just keep our lives, well, probably we will reach the Armageddon in, I don't know, maybe decades, maybe even less. And of course, these consequences will reflect as we don't have any more food supplies, more water supplies, and no more habitats for the animals, for the plants, and of course, the air we breathe, it's gonna be worse and worse and worse, and that's gonna cause a lot of health issues.
Perfect, thank you. And one more question for you, friend Rodrigo. How
Yeah,
do you
sure.
feel with this conference? Was this your first conference? How do you feel? How was it to organize it, to prepare it? Tell us more about it.
Well, we, as I told you before, we chose this topic because we find it like very interesting that we need to do something in order to as well help all the other reasons as poverty and hunger. But it was pretty easy to research about this because, well, people are getting conscious and there are like a lot of stuff on the internet about this. But yeah, it was indeed my first conference, and I mean, I feel okay. I would rather to do this with my partner, but well, he couldn't make it. But it's all right. I mean, it's good practice. It's good time, and of course, I can provide you with important information.
Thank you. We have a question from Professor Luis Gustavo. Do you consider that while looking alternative sources of energy, what actions should humanity take?
Well, we could try to regulate all the big brands. Like Coca-Cola produces a lot of contamination, and the problem is like no one will do anything about it. And if we do manage to do something, we will see the change we're looking for. But that's more of a governmental problem, and we can do really something about it. But we can recycle, we can reduce, we can start, instead of using a car for everything, we could take a bicycle, maybe walk. And these are like little actions, but if everyone does these actions, it will be like a major change.
Thank you. We have a question from YouTube. Is recycling, reducing, and reducing really enough? Is it all we can do?
Well, as I told you, this is like minor thing we can do, but we could do as well. Let me see. Well, maybe yeah, we can join as a community in order to demand for all these companies to start doing something about it. And as we as individuals, well, I mean, it's sad to say, but we can't really do much about it apart from the stuff I already said.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Well, we have a question. This is my question, and it is linked with the previous question. In your opinion, Rodrigo, what actions can be taken in Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, specifically in your campus? What, in your opinion, what actions can be taken in Escuela Nacional Preparatoria, and specifically in your campus?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you. I believe that, for example, Escuela Nacional Preparatoria número 5 has almost 10,000 students. So if all these students make something like, let's say, the school starts a project in which we can, I don't know, recycle or maybe do better build some spaces inside the school with these recycling materials, we could like help our own needs. But just for example, there are like troubles with the bathrooms and stuff. We could solve that need, and as well we could help contribute this recycling cycle. And well, I believe there's like a lot of options we could try in the schools and as well as in UNAM, all the faculties of different. Oh, my bad, I forgot the word. Oh, different majors. So yeah, I believe we can implement very well the recycling, reduce, and reuse stuff in the school.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Very nice presentation. And I totally agree with you that separate trash can have a very impact in our community, in this case, in Escuela Nacional Preparatoria número 5, because this is one of the biggest campus. So we're running out of time, and let me remind you to Rodrigo and the counselors that constancias will be sent by mail. So we're finishing, and we are congratulating here our speakers and counselors and moderators, because these spaces are very important for our community in order to practice and also to share experiences like this, because these kind of experiences and proposals are very important to share and to start discussing and to start sharing with us. And we have a congratulation. Well, we have Professor Erika María García Huesca that is congratulating Rodrigo. And well, let me give this la palabra al Profesor Luis Gustavo. Thank you, Professor Luis Gustavo.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ulises, for having been the moderator of this final panel. It's been a long day, but a very enriching day, a day full of learning. After having listened to all our speakers, now some of them in that moment of change, leaving our school, leaving high school, and preparing themselves to start a new life at university. And well, this idea came up because I think that the earlier our learners, the users of the language they are studying, the earlier they start preparing themselves by these means in order to develop their skills, not only their hard skills, but their soft skills, like, active listening, assertive speaking, etc., the better. So it is 3:54, today, Friday, the 19th of April, 2024. This was the first of the rest of the forums for English advanced students. I want to congratulate and thank to as you said, the counselors, the teachers who were really involved in this. We couldn't imagine that lots of really high quality presentations and assignments were delivered. I mean, it was amazing to receive all those assignments, all those ideas that show the way that interdisciplinary work among teachers and students can work for getting really high quality academic outcomes. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much to all the teachers, to all the moderators, of course, Ulises, Analaima, Enrique, who were here. Thank you very much. Thank you to our masterclass speaker, Dr. Erika María García Huesca from Campus 6, and all those who were involved in this great effort. Of course, these results give us the chance to think about the second forum for English advanced students in 2025. If we're lucky enough, well, we will do it again, and we will be really, really looking forward to receiving all those high quality academic products and outcomes that come from your minds. Thank you very much. Well, on behalf of our headmaster, Licenciado Jaime Cortés Vite, Maestro Jaime Cortés Vite, who is our headmaster, on behalf of him and on behalf of all the directive staff of our school and all the teachers involved in this project, we want to thank you for being here. We're looking forward to receiving your participation, to having your participation in the next year. And well, that's it for today. We will find the recording of this event in the coming days in our YouTube channel. In the meantime, well, just keep in mind that this was the first day for most as academic speakers, which we wish lots of success in your future. And we will hope to find you again in an academic event, sharing with us your ideas. Thank you very much. 3:56 April 19th, 2024, and this event is closed. Thank you very much, and see you next. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.